Bleep, bleep, bleep,
Twitter.
bleep, bleep.
As a Blender team.
All right.
The B team.
We're on the
No, it's a
Twitters.
F
We've got
team.
our counters.
F like fist.
Oh, nice.
All right.
We are pacifists.
Colby, I think I'm getting you
Oh.
twice. Is there? I'm getting your voice twice. Is there a way I can mute you when?
Yeah, there's
recording?
on each player's avatar on Roll20, there's a little volume bar, and just pull it to the bottom and it'll mute. I'll also mute myself. That'll help too.
Okay, perfect. Got it.
Awesome. All right. So, just the usual pre-one shot. Go back to my intro document here. Before anything else, we want to make sure that folks feel safe and welcome. I have the green, yellow, red card listed in our intro document. If you don't remember that in the moment, just let us know, like, hey, I don't like this, or this makes me feel weird or uncomfortable, and we will just move on with something. So that's the first and foremost. For the most part, this setting is very similar to just sort of generic fantasy. Other than that, it has sort of an infusion of martial arts vibes. The different traditions, schools, sects, and orders are a little more prominent in this world, and a little more prideful and a little more combative with one another. Part of what this means is that if you disrespect someone, you should expect there to be a fight. That's kind of the general vibe of the world. There's also lots of ways people are pursuing power. There are special techniques. I think each of you has at least one. These are over and above your magic items. Those are things you have learned from a master or a manual or a scroll, and are now permanently part of your character. So obviously folks compete very hard to get more of those. And just in general do everything they can to increase their personal power. So, to get right into it, each of you is a martial artist of one of the esteemed and respected martial traditions of this world. We have representatives from the Way of Falling Stars, from the Way of the Razor Mind, from the enigmatic Mini Styles School, and we also have a representative from the Zen Archers. You all probably don't know each other before this, but one day, about 3 months ago, each of you woke up with the call ringing in your head. There's no invitation delivered. There's no sign in the sky. It is almost more of a psychic message dumped directly into your brain. You have been called for the Day of 10,000 Fists. You don't actually know what the event, as other people call it, names itself, because it is a giant rift that simply opens in the air at some point in the world and calls fighters to it from every corner. When they arrive, they'll pass through the rift and they'll have to compete for the fate of their world. For the most part, since it's still standing, your world has done fine. You have fended off other worlds and not thought too hard about what was happening to them. The rewards of succeeding and surviving the Day of 10,000 Fists are huge. People step back through the rift with rare techniques that were thought lost ages ago. They've returned with legendary weapons, both from this world and from others. They've returned with magical medicines that could increase a person's power exponentially just by taking them. So all manner of wealth and power and rewards. So each of you has set off from your corner of the world and started to make your way towards the Blackfield Plains. It's pretty much as described. There is a sort of dark husked grain that grows in this region. It's named after the fields that sort of spread in every direction. And you all have been traveling there. So just for grins and giggles, I'm going to have each of you describe your character and just say a word of like, what is your character doing when they travel? Who wants to start?
I suppose I will. So you just need like a description and then what we're doing while we travel?
Yeah, so a little bit about how your character looks, maybe a bit about their vibe, and then also like what are they doing while they travel and how are they traveling? There's caravans on these roads. Some people wander by themselves. Some people's traditions have magical forms of conveyance. How are you arriving at this event?
Yeah, I'd say most likely showing up just with not with a caravan, but by carriage. My character is a black tabaxi monk. Think like black like a jaguar type. A relatively average stature. While they travel, they're mainly using their head. They're like mainly just reading, like thinking of their techniques, just kind of reiterating in their own head what they can do and whatnot. But the vibe, I'd say, is they're relatively intelligent, but they don't really look down on other people, although they are very irritable when it comes to people who just don't have common sense.
So you said a caravan, right?
Yeah, like by carriage.
So you're about halfway there. You're passing through a more sort of desolate region. The Razormind has this sort of beautiful campus with all of these glowing purple psi crystals floating through the air around them. It's known as the Silent Campus because telepathy is so common that only the novices don't have it, and even they are so intimidated that they just learn to not talk. So you left this beautiful campus and started to make your way, and you're about 2/3 of the way there, halfway there, and you hear the sounds of commotion outside. A group of, you would call them bandits, but they don't quite look up to the task. They are wielding, there's a few real weapons among them, but most of it is like pitchforks and staffs that are basically just wooden chunks of wood that have been smoothed down. And they are blocking the path and demanding everyone's valuables. What do you do?
I think I step out and summon my psi crystal, and speak directly into their minds. I'd say, I assure you, you don't want to fight. Now be gone before you get yourselves hurt.
Give me an intimidation check with advantage.
Oh man, my charisma's terrible. Oh, okay, that's not bad. 17.
All right, it's a very low check. You hear as soon as the psi crystal appears, one of them who looks a little older, maybe a little more put together than the rest, their eyes go wide, and they whisper to one of the others, "He's from a sect. That's the Razor Mind." And immediately, the one in front goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. We meant to. We were waiting for a different caravan. We'll bye." And they sort of awkwardly back, not quite turning their back to you until they get about 50 feet away, and then they just dash back into the hillside.
Okay, and then I'll look over to the driver and I'll just say, "All right, we can push forward," and I'll get back in the carriage or in the cart.
I think until then they were not really sure who you were.
Yeah.
You know, like they got the vibe, like seems to maybe know some techniques, some martial arts, but the Razor Mind is a mysterious but widely heard of sect, and they are immediately treating you more like a noble or a wealthy merchant. So the rest of your trip is uninterrupted and peaceful and perhaps too respectful.
Great.
All right, who's next?
I guess I'll go next. Aru, my character, is a human of relatively medium size, I guess. I pictured him about like 1.8 meter, 1.7 maybe. He wears black robes, if you want. And during travels, he mainly plays with little glass contraptions he make because he's a glass blower, and he just likes to pass the time by just doing nothing. Basically, he's kind of lazy. He doesn't like to walk, so he prefers to travel by carriage, and he really likes just hanging out with like peasants, like just sitting in the hay, if you want.
All right. So with that combination, I think it's you're riding in a peasant carriage, which in this case is like the back of a farm cart.
Like with a pile of hay.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
yeah. So you're sort of like hitchhiking your way, and it's actually been a really nice experience. Even with your dark robes, once folks realize that you're pretty chill, they don't really, they're not like falling all over each other to be too respectful. So you get to have some good conversations. You're sort of flipping the little shards of glass back and forth. You do have one incident as you're traveling. You're laying in one of these carts and you hear a rustling sound. Something is moving under the hay, pretty close to your bag. What do you want to do?
So something is coming. Is inside the hay?
Yes, something is under the hay. It's all sort of piled up, and there's a rustling sound right over near where you've put your bags.
I'm going to turn over, grab my bag, and immediately, like a blade of glass is going to come out of my robes, and I'm just going to aim at the hay. Is there someone here?
Give me a sleight of hand check with advantage.
I'm good with that. Uh, 17.
All right, pretty good. With a, it almost looks like this shard of glass just appears from nowhere. Like A skilled person would notice that you're pulling something from under your robe. A very skilled person would notice that you're not. That as you draw your hand out, this shard of glass is forming in your hand as you throw it. And it hits in the wood and sticks about half an inch. And you see that there is... at first you would think that it's a child, but it seems like maybe a very sort of scrawny peasant teenager was trying to sort of relieve you of your valuables as you traveled. And they are staring in a combination of like shock, horror, and amazement. What do you want to do?
I will just look at him. Why are you trying to do this? I'm just minding my own business, and you want to steal my valuables, I believe.
The person is like the teenager is sort of like and the driver turns around and reaches back and with like just a big meaty hand just sort of slaps this kid on the back of the head and is like, "Darn you rascal child, get out of my cart and I don't want to see you for 2 weeks." And the kid just like full blow like jumps and tucks and rolls out of the cart and starts running off. And the driver turns around and says, "Oh, I'm sorry. That's Dern. He well, he pretty much comes as advertised. He's got sticky fingers, and I swear I'm going to leave a dent in the back of his head as many times as I've had to chase that kid out of my cart. I'm sorry about that."
Well, I've seen worse. Sometimes people get attacked by bandits, and it gets, let's say, messy.
Yeah, I've seen that once or twice. Not too often. Bandits are not much in the market for hay, but yeah, it's never good.
Well, it's sometimes in desperate times, but anyway. And I'm just going to fall back on the hay.
So you comfortably ride out the rest of your trip uneventfully. Who's next?
Yeah, I guess I'll go.
Yep.
All right. So Ordorf is a socially awkward bookworm who basically he looks at combat as more of an intellectual pursuit, if anything. So he's basically always looking to study to be able to increase his abilities as well as his learning about the world. He's very interested in discovering what the secrets of the universe are. And he would be traveling by cart as well.
All right. So, as you're on your way, it's the night of like your third day of travel. You're coming from pretty far. The Way of Falling Stars has a monastery in the crater of like a meteor impact. There are all of these like little crystalline lakes dotted throughout, but it's pretty far away from the Black Fields. And as you're sort of camping out for the night, the Way of Falling Stars is very attuned to patterns in the sky, to stars and celestial events. And as you're watching, the stars are not quite right. Again, you keep a very close eye on these sorts of things, and something strange is happening. Give me an Arcana or History check with advantage.
Okay. Now, how do I roll that in here?
So on D&D Beyond, you're going to click your bonus. And if you right-click, it'll let you choose advantage, flat, or disadvantage.
Yeah, it's not letting me click my...
Oh, there's a setting. If you click Manage, and then Character Settings, one of them is Enable Dice Rolling.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't know why in the world they don't just turn that on. It's like, what else?
Yeah.
What else are you here for?
Exactly. All right, so you said Arcana or History?
Yep, and with advantage. So you can right-click, and it'll let you choose advantage or disadvantage.
Yeah, they're both the same. I'll go with Arcana. Did it roll advantage?
I don't see it.
No, it didn't.
It was a
Roll again.
16.
Oh, there we go.
Is that good enough, or should I roll again?
No, 16
Yeah, I can
is
see
good.
the logs. I can see the logs.
Oh, yeah, now it's in the
16.
log. It just didn't. Usually it pops up as a notification. With a 16, as you're watching, one of the elders in the Falling Stars sect told you about this. The Falling Stars sect has known for longer than anybody, actually, that this was coming up soon. There are celestial patterns that emerge when the Day of 10,000 Fists draws close. It almost looks like there is... It almost looks like there are features of the sky that are being sort of drawn into orbit around a certain point. And you're able to kind of eyeball it sort of ominously. It is forming what looks like concentric rings. And if you had to guess, that point directly beneath at the center, from your perspective, is where you're headed. And what that means, you will find out soon. All right. The rest of your journey passes relatively uneventfully, although the stars draw further and further into that alignment each night. So, I think our Master of Many Styles is our last monk.
Yep. So 7 Thundercloud of Bright Cliffs is a tabaxi with white fur and is by no means based on a copywritten character owned by DreamWorks or any other company, so don't come at us. But yeah, so he is just obsessed with learning as many styles as possible in order to become the best like no one ever was. And because of that, he has kind of mastered many styles, but has also just been kicked out of several different monasteries because he is brash and always picking fights and trying to test out new techniques. So because of that, he's traveling alone on foot, and he is kind of banged up because he's just been in a lot of street fights over the years. So yeah.
Out of curiosity, which 2 styles did you decide to start with?
Yeah. I think we're at 3, right? Because
Oh, that's right.
we
You're
did
level 6. Yeah.
So I'm starting out with Phoenix, Turtle, and Dragon.
Cool. Also, just for reference, you'll want to
Yep.
write those down separately, and you'll click Manage Feats to switch back and forth.
Okay.
I also realized I, for some reason, wrote Phoenix style as level 7 when it should be level 6.
Yeah.
So whenever you are in a situation, just remember that only one of those is equipped at a time.
Right.
Folks who are from this sort of mini styles school are very unpopular with the traditional martial orders and sects. It is there's some common sense to choosing one discipline and sticking with it, but more importantly, the sort of like tradition loyalty is how the different sects protect their resources and knowledge. They don't want people who are not part of their order to have access to all of those things. They don't want people to leave with them. And so, yeah, every time you have even gently broached the idea of mingling these different martial traditions together, you have been unceremoniously thrown out. You've even been like you've had to like run away from places before where they have tried to violently chase you out. So, how is I might have missed this? How is Seven Thunderclouds dressed?
I mean, I'd say he's wearing common, like, traveler's clothes. Like, yeah, maybe they are a little bit roughed up because of the lifestyle he lives, and like, I'd say the sleeves are probably ripped off because he's always ready for a fight, and yeah.
So, as you're walking down the road as this lone traveler, for the most part, you're doing a good job of striking the balance of like, you look too broke to steal from, but also like the cost benefit ratio of fighting you just doesn't seem worth it. However, folks interpret that. But as you're passing down the road, this group of very elegantly dressed martial artists come bounding up behind you at superhuman speeds. Give me a history check with advantage.
Okay. Let's see if I can do this correctly. All right. 19.
With their, I mean, these are immaculate robes. They're white robes with golden trim. This is the Glorious Bright Day sect. They use light and illusion in their fighting. And the one in the front is zooming up. I mean, we're talking, they're moving at like more than 100 feet per round. And the one in the front just shoulder checks you. And stops, and it's just sort of like, whoops. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I guess I'll turn over my shoulder and I'm like, you got something to say?
They all kind of laugh. There's 3 or 4 of them. Like, oh, not to. What are you? A farmer? Some kind of like ox dung shoveler? No insight check needed. They're entertaining themselves. This was on purpose.
Yeah. What's this sect called again?
The Glorious Bright Day.
Okay. I'll side this guy up like, oh, you bright days are all smoke and mirrors. I could take you in 3 hits.
Instantly, like, they go very still, and they're looking at you. You have a pretty good eye for this. Like, even though they're wearing fancy robes, like, everyone in the Bright Day sect wears fancy robes. And if they were strong enough to be dangerous, they would have known you were more than you looked like. So, as you size them up, you see them start to like circle around you and take a more sort of aggressive stance. What are you gonna do?
Okay. Oof. Great. Now,
And we'll
this is why
call
I
this
regret picking this.
we'll call this
class, 'cause
narrative
there's-
fight mode.
yeah.
I'm not going to make you roll for
Yeah.
anything here.
Okay. Okay. I will. I will fluid into dragon style and give them a dragon roar. So I guess that's a con check for all these guys.
It's not even needed.
Yeah.
There is a visible change in the energy around you. Even as low of a level as they are, they're trained enough to see when you sort of reveal the cards you've been hiding. And you radiate out this primal, intimidating energy, and it washes over them, and they all instantly like drop to a knee, like something is pressing down on them. And through gritted teeth, the leader says, "We, sorry, we apologize. We didn't realize you were. Can you stop?"
Yeah. Well, I mean, is it still going or?
I think there's enough pressure that they are like they are being pressed down by this.
Okay. I'll give a small hand gesture as if to like act like that makes a difference and in like turning off the effect like.
Yeah, as soon as you sort of remove your will from them, they all kind of like and are like splayed down in the dirt. There's like a cloud of this like nice thick red dried dust has coated large parts of their robes. What do you want to do?
I tell them, Seven Thundercloud. Remember that name, and I'll just continue on my way.
They are shakily getting to their feet as you leave them far in the distance. So, from 4 different directions, the 4 of you arrive around this location. To the untrained eye, it would look like there was nothing in the center of this location. But you all can just barely see a sort of wavering distortion in the air. And around it, it sort of looks like a combination festival/tent city has sprung up. There's someone has gone through, some enterprising merchant, and has had sort of roads like dirt streets patted down. There are stands selling food. There's some slightly nicer accommodations that look like they're maybe serving as little inns. There are hawkers all up and down the street selling technique manuals and powerful medicines, or supposedly powerful medicines, all manner of weapons. And the streets are just packed with the widest variety of fighters you've ever seen.
It just like appears like that?
Sorry?
It just appears?
So all of this is centered around this weirdly empty space.
Oh. Okay.
So this has happened enough years in a row that there are now enterprising individuals who go and basically make their seasonal money, providing all sorts of things to these martial artists who are traveling.
So basically they made a supermarket around the rift?
Yes.
Oh.
It's
How nifty.
yeah, it's a little bit more than like if a festival comes and sets up in a park. It's like that, but on a huge scale. Somewhere between the difference of like a weekend festival and like an Olympic Village or something. It's kind of in between those two marks. So yeah, there's all kinds of folks. You see people who, in D&D terms, you see folks who look like barbarians right off the mountains carrying giant weapons, big, huge, like muscled people. Just they're like 4 feet across at the shoulder. You see what looks more like wizardly folks. Lots and lots of very dangerous looking people. Some folks are getting into the festival atmosphere, but you immediately pick out like pockets of animosity and tension of these people who know that they're about to compete. So we'll fast forward a bit, because even though I love this, we've got more stuff to do. You all are able to settle in, spend a day or two kind of perusing this festival area, and then all at once, at about 11 o'clock in the morning, the sky goes dark. And I don't mean cloudy. I mean the sun is replaced by like a pure open night sky. And now all of you can see this celestial alignment that Odoth has been seeing the last few weeks. These huge spiraling circles of stars and planets all aligned. And that sort of wavering space cracks. And a huge hole in space opens. And that call that you all have been feeling the last few months suddenly becomes painfully insistent. And you see the crowds immediately, the majority of them, start making their way towards the rift.
Well, the heavens above sure do like to make an entrance, do they? And I might go check the rift. I'm going to check the rift.
Sorry, apparently we're getting mail and my dog isn't happy.
Oh,
Yeah. I'll hop out after seeing this of the carriage and tell the carriage driver, say, look, stay here with the cart. I'm gonna go have a look at this, and I'll make my way toward it as well.
So you all are feeling this. It's almost like gravity. It is pulling you towards the rift.
Has my worthy opponent come at last?
And you see a few other folks who look uncomfortable, but no one seems surprised. This is apparently how this goes every time this occurs.
well, this is not the end of the world. Well, maybe.
I'm trying to send the bad dog upstairs.
Yeah.
Go to the bedroom.
This is like one of those D&D web series where suddenly a giant cat appears and it's just the DM's cat is on the table.
Yeah.
What we see. Meow. What the character see. Ah!
The rift opens and a Cerberus comes through. All right.
Yeah.
So
Oh, you have one of those?
at varying paces, you all are all sort of drawn through the portal. And real quick, can everybody move their token? Just to make sure that...
I can't see the board.
I can move other people's tokens. That's weird.
Oh,
Let me refresh.
Oh, it's very laggy.
Mine works fine.
I can move my token, but it's kind of laggy. Oh,
1 sec. Loading back in.
as long as I can move.
I can move mine.
I can't see the map. It's blacked out for me.
Oh, that's weird.
If you refreshed it, it does take a minute to load, so it'll start black. But you might need to zoom out as well.
Can you add just like a letter to your Roll20 name? It'll make it easier to find.
My bad. I meant to. Second.
I'm going to go ahead and drop us onto a map.
Ooh, big map.
All right.
Oh, I can see it.
Oh, yeah, big map.
So, as you all pass through this rift, there is this moment of extreme disorientation. The ground under your feet doesn't move, but it's almost like your sense of up and down, your spatial orientation just flips. But it only lasts for a second, and then you find yourself in a huge open area. It looks actually like someone has cut a giant square of terrain just fully out and dropped it into a mist-filled void. There are huge circular stone platforms, and as you watch, there is a kind of like whooshing sound, like, and you see other fighters appearing and dropping into this space. We have one token that's not cooperating. Oh, that's why. That should be fixed.
Yeah,
That
there we go.
token should respond correctly. All right. So you see them appear, and you feel more than hear these instructions. You see in the distance there's a series of what looks like little green plateaus. Like someone has perfectly carved cylinders out of a mountain and just popped them down into this watery space. And you see they're connected by a series of bridges, but the bridges don't actually carry all the way through. It drops off into these open standing pillars. And at the top of the highest point, there is a huge statue of some kind of strange creature you don't recognize. And scattered around the base of it is piles of treasure. And you see everyone sort of watching with eager anticipation. And you feel these instructions. You feel... hold on. I apologize.
Yeah, you're good.
I just
You're
realized... No, my audio is coming out of the wrong source. So several
Yes,
times
oh,
I thought I
you
was
cut.
muting, and I apparently was not.
Oh.
Sometimes you cut, like,
There we go. Haha. Sorry, I thought I was muting when the dog was barking, and I wasn't. I apologize.
oh yeah, your audio is way better now.
Yeah, that's because it's my fancy Yeti microphone and not my cruddy built-in webcam microphone. So anyway, apologies to people who might be watching on stream. So you feel more than hear these instructions, and it's very simple. The first team to get all of their members, all of their surviving members, up to that platform will be the winners of this round. And as the word team sort of rings through your head, you just know these three people around you are your team. And you see other people kind of having the same confusion as they sort of block off into teams.
So we're not on a platform like everybody else?
Technically you are. I could just only fit so many platforms into space.
Okay. Are we supposed to be on that top right one with those other four or not?
No, I
guess. Oh, we're just in a team of four. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, on our own platform.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
You're on the team of people with the fancy tokens.
Just picture like the Spider-Man pointing finger at another Spider-Man.
Yep.
I just size up.
One, two, three.
Yeah, the rest of my team. I'm like, oh, these losers are gonna slow me down.
So there is a moment of disorientation as everyone sort of looks around and goes, so do we... And then you see one person, it suddenly clicks sooner than the others, and they start to take off running. Everybody roll for initiative.
Nice. Initiative. I just want one dice. Why does it does two?
That's awful.
Let's see.
22 for Thunder.
6.
Oh no!
Oh, that's bad.
2 for Isaac.
Oh my gosh.
That's really bad.
That's
You call yourself
bad.
monks?
It's these. Some of these are non-dexterity monks. They have alternate AC and key calculations.
Let's see who I can snipe. Everyone. Absolutely everyone on the map. I can figure out everyone on the map.
Nice.
I'm fine.
So you all can see the elevation markers, right?
Yes.
All right. The green is a pit. So directly in your path is a 50-foot drop. The shortest route crosses over a single pillar, which is about 15 to 20 feet from each side. It's going to be a substantial jump. As you go up, the pillars are closer together and easier to cross. And there's actually a full bridge to the north. All right. I'm just going to kind of like... some of the hordes will just move together and be quick.
Yeah, zombies. Zombies.
Before you all move, all of you hear a voice whisper in your head. You see an elven man covered in tattoos standing on one of the nearby platforms. And he's just sort of got a hand just sort of idly up on the side of his head. And he says, if we work together, we can be sure that both our teams get through this round.
Oh man, can I tell like where like who's saying it? Like with my sight crystal out.
Oh, absolutely.
Can I determine who's saying that?
It's the tattooed elf just behind you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say, what the hell do you mean round? What is this?
Even as you start to say that, the information is just in your head. There's going to be... it varies from year to year, but there's going to be 2 to 5 rounds of competitions, sort of weeding out the remaining individuals. not everyone who is here is from your world.
Oh.
You see folks who they seem to represent styles and traditions and even like species that you've not seen before. And there's going to be sort of a mad press in this first round to eliminate as many teams as possible.
Can we kill people?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could I use the Psy Crystal to speak to these three that are on the platform with me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, look, I don't know who any of you are, but I imagine we're gonna need to help each other to get through this.
Agreed.
My character goes, wait, can we all hear each other's thoughts? And then he'll just start thinking a bunch of dirty words that I won't say on stream. But yeah.
I
Can we?
can speak to you guys, but you guys can only speak to me. You can't read each other's minds.
Oh.
But I can detect your surface thoughts, so I caught that little comment you made before about us holding you back.
Well,
Yeah,
I
it's just-
agree.
It's just Isaac hearing all of this.
I'm just like, get out of my head.
Idiots.
Who who is like leading? Like I know, like who went first in the participants?
So
7.
the first person to move is this this dwarven woman out towards the front. But everyone really started moving within a couple seconds of each other because everyone has very sort of heightened reflexes.
Can I like knife? You know, yeet a knife.
We'll get there in initiative in a second. So what are you all
Okay.
saying to this psychic message that you heard from this person behind you?
Could I make an insight check to see if he sounds legit?
Yeah, go for it.
17.
Yeah, he seems honest. This first round has a lot of competition. It makes sense to, you know, push through some of the other teams and try and make it to a later round.
As much as I hate to admit it, I think we're gonna need some help on this round.
I agree.
The first person to move after the that dwarf woman in the front is the red-haired. You're not sure if it's a human. It's something, something fiery, and as soon as you all are like okay, he dashes forward and drops a like burning. He like takes a deep breath and drops a cloud of like fiery ashes around these four. And you instantly hear the sounds of like sizzling and yelping, and then he takes off. And he seems to be with the guy who was talking to you all.
Impressive.
And then it's going to be Seven Thunderclouds. Seven Thundercloud.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. What do you guys think? Should we just go for it, or should we try to clip some of the competition? I could just friggin' go for it. I mean, I am fairly fast. Yeah. What do you think?
Let's just hamper people as much as possible and try to reach the top.
I think we should
Okay.
probably get out of here, away from these people, rather than hinder. But you do your own due diligence.
It doesn't look like anyone's going for that bridge up there. I'm just saying. But yeah. All right. I'll start moving start moving north, and I will use a key point for Step of the Wind, which will allow me to dash, so up to 90 feet. So,
And you can also
5,
action dash if you want to for 135 feet.
45, 50. Yes, I can. 55, 60, 65, 70, 70. Okay, let me try that. Where is that? Is that tool that allows me to measure it, or should I just
Yeah,
go
there's
for
a ruler on the left in your tools.
Also, you can click on your token, right click, and move your token where you want to go.
Yeah. Oop, that's not it.
So you can
Okay.
you can hold your token and move it
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
word.
it's working for me now. So, oop, let me try to scroll this. So, yeah, I can go up to like 140 feet. Yeah, so yeah, I can. So key step and action dash all the way over here. Just on all fours, just like barreling for the bridge.
As you get onto the bridge, you hear this almost deafening crack of thunder, and a storm cloud blows in out of nowhere, and it condenses down, and you are staring at a giant black boar about 30 feet tall, with lightning crackling through it like it itself is the storm.
Oh,
All
that's
right.
new.
There's another group that had the same idea. They look out at the. They're sort of dashing behind you. They looked out at the jump and didn't think they could handle it, and so they booked it up there. Another group is going to start trying to actually jump across here. They're going to roll some athletics checks. Youch. You see one of them just go tumbling. They look like they're going to make it. They get 1 foot on that pillar, and then they can't stop themselves, and they slide and twist and just plummet down into the ravine.
Oh, well, that's one dealt with.
Another one doesn't make it. That one gets a nat 1.
Oof.
And geez, none of them rolled higher than a 10.
Are you serious?
Yeah, like on the die, lower than 10 for all of them.
What is that? Just a bunch of commoners?
Oh my!
So that didn't work great for them. The guy who spoke telepathically is also going to take off. He is going to go around this sort of cloud of smoke and follow the fiery guy. Same thing with this one.
Oh, you used unique tokens for this group? Oh, that's very clever.
They're a little fancier.
Fancier. Why do I feel like our rivals for the next 2 to 5s?
And last one's going to do the same. So they're sort of clustering up there. These folks are going to play it safe and aim for this other section where it's not quite as big of a leap. Getting so many text messages. Not all of them make it across this turn. Odoth, you are up.
How far is the jump?
It depends on where you're trying to make it. From side to side, it's about 30 feet. If you jump there, if you follow the path the other people are making, it's 10, 10, 15. And Step of the Wind doubles your jump distance.
I would still have to make an athletics check though if I use Step of the Wind.
Athletics or acrobatics. That's mostly just to see
okay.
how you're landing.
Yeah, so it'll be acrobatics then. And then I also have jump with psionics. I wonder if I'm gonna even need that.
Yeah, triple jump would be no roll. You would just get it.
And then you realize you might have played an Harangon.
And is that the biggest jump that we see?
There's that jump, but then each of these sort of hilltops are also at different distances and heights from each other. And it looks like there are more of those pillars in the distance. So jumping will serve you well this entire time, for sure.
Okay, but I think that triple jump I can only use once, so
It does last for a minute, though.
You know what? Let's go for it. I'm going to use my psionic abilities to give myself enhanced jumping capabilities. And then I am going to rush forward. And take a dash action. So which way would be like the fastest way to get over there?
The absolute fastest would just be a straight line across.
Okay. And the triple jump will allow me to make that straight line across without having to roll?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. All right. So I guess what I'm here.
All right. You're able to just blast past and arrive on the other side. You
right,
are
so
functionally in the lead.
All right. So you see Ordif just take off. And then you just see him leap through the air over the ravine and advance in front of everyone. And that is his turn.
All right. This other group is going to they're going to play it safe. They're heading up towards... Actually, I guess look at it this way. They're going to try and take that middle route up above. All right. Haru, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm just going to stand there and I'm going to pull out my glass blades. So I'm going to move, obviously. So I can move 35. I'm going to move here. How are they doing on the pillars here?
They're definitely doing better. It's not as much of a jump, So they have landed safely, but because they took their time, they didn't all get across.
Could I like knife one to
Yeah.
topple him? To topple him?
Yeah, it will definitely make it hard for them to jump with a knife in them.
So I'm going to knife one with sharpshooter
Oh no.
and with my glove thing. So sleight of hand first.
All right. These particular ones don't have much in the way of insight, so let's see how they do.
So insight, I mean sleight of hand
Cool.
with. Oh fuck! Fuck!
All right.
Oh,
Go ahead and make your attack roll.
Just normal, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Just like, oh shoot! Just see the knife coming. Okay. Knife. Mm. Juicy.
Oh, yep, that'll hit. So I think what happens is they see the knife coming, but oh my gosh, but somehow the knife coming is worse. Like seeing it coming is worse than not seeing it coming, because they realize like,
Non-lethal, obviously.
well, the problem is that you non-lethally knocked them off of a 50-foot high pillar. I think they just die.
Non-lethal, lethal.
They're reduced to 1 hit point, but then they fall and take 17 points of damage.
Did I just kill someone?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it makes you feel
then I-
better, it's the fall that killed them.
The ground killed him, Your Honor.
Okay. And I'm going to knife the second one.
All right, go for it.
And I think I can't like do the gloves again.
No, it's only that first attack. Now everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, what was that?"
Sharpshooter again.
Yeah, you got sharpshooter for days though, so
Nice.
oh my goodness. Yeah, this is gonna be bad again. Oh gosh, it's the
And I
same
feel like-
thing.
I'm just going to do lethal in the chest.
Yep.
Just
So yeah, that was another like 50 something damage total. By the
flurry
time
of,
they fell.
flurry of blows. Flurry of blows.
Oh no! All right.
Let's see. I'm going to knife the one that passed. So I'll just take 1 key point off.
So for those watching at home, Haru is a Zen archer monk, and one of their major abilities is that they can flurry of blows with ranged weapons.
And I can sharpshooter.
as these poor monks are finding out.
So I can just like reroll again my attacks with 2. Like I can make 2 new range attacks.
Yep, 2 more attacks as a bonus action.
And you know what? Sharpshooter again. Not great. So this one.
So 9 is not going to hit. After 2 of them plummet to their deaths, the last one like brings a staff swirling up and like bats it out of the air. But you've got 1 more attack.
Obviously, yes. Knife again. Sharpshooter again. Not great.
The other one is also going to manage. They actually manage to just fully grab it out of the air, and they sort of spin with it and sort of let the momentum fade, and then just drop it to the ground. But you fully took 2 of them out. So
It's a good, very good.
this last group that is not trapped in a cloud of fire, they do something you all haven't seen before. They wrap themselves in differing colors of energy, and they start flying.
Oh shoot!
And they get to about here. Let me give them a height marker. We'll make it purple. So they're flying at about 30 feet.
While they're flying, it's easy pick for me. I don't think I'm not going to move. I'm just going to shling, 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 shling.
Well, and as they get out there, something massive comes swooping between these plateaus.
Oh,
And it is going to breathe out this huge cloud of acid.
oh, that's nasty.
Oof. So they're a little bit stronger, and some of them make their saves, but they are hurt by this. And now there is this massive green, mutated, sick-looking dragon. Sick in the health sense, not like, radical.
It's sickening anyway.
Yeah. It looks awful. All right, Isaac, you are closing the round.
All right. First things first. I'm going to use my feline agility to double my movement speed.
All right.
And then I'm going to bonus action use a key point to dash, and I'm also going to use my action to dash.
Whew.
So if I did the math correctly, it should be about 270 feet.
My gosh.
I have a 45 movement speed, doubled, so 90, doubled with feline agility would be 180, and then another dash would be another. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Am I doing the math right? 45 doubled would be 90. Plus a dash would be 180. Plus a dash would be
270.
yeah. 270.
I would
Okay.
recommend doubling at the end, but yeah.
Well, it all works out the same because dash
Okay.
adds
Yeah.
dash adds
long as the math adds
movement.
up,
It's
yeah.
not multiplicative.
Okay.
When you dash, you add your movement speed.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to. Also, I believe. I think it's feline agility. No. It's. Where is it?
Feline agility does double, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So yeah, double at the end.
Oh, yeah, and then I have a climb. Okay, so I'm going to run right past. I'm going to jump along those things. I'm going to run here, and then I'm going to break and start climbing up this wall with the rest of my movement. And, get up here, if that's possible.
All right.
So basically what you see is purple energy starts to swirl around my hands, my feet, and I get down on all fours, and my orange eyes start to glow a flaming purple, and you just see this what looks like a purple lightning just zoom right across the battlefield and jump over the cliff and climb straight up this hill, and then I'm gonna end my turn here. Actually, what do I? Oh no, I already used my interaction stuff. Oh crap!
So this
Yeah.
is what you would like to do. This is
Yeah.
where you make it.
Oh.
Something that was lurking in the water. You're already jumping into the air. You're about to grab onto this cliff face, and the water trembles, and then a serpent, this oily, mucus covered serpent, impossibly large, bursts out of the trembling water, and it is going to make an attack against you.
Oh shit!
That is a 24 to hit.
That hits for sure. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, I was gonna say, considering I got cut short, would you allow me to retcon my dash action action as opposed to my bonus action key point?
Yes, if you can get there still with that amount of movement, you can do that.
Yeah, it'd be 180. That's fine. But that is with my double speed.
So it is doing this as a reaction. So this is going to hit you first. So this is 11 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are now grappled.
Ooh.
You are wrapped in the tail of this giant creature.
So 11 points, you say? All right.
And now you've still got your action.
Cool. Let me check one thing real quick. Okay. In that case, I'm just going to unarmed strike it
All right.
with my knife. It's gonna be that's 11.
11 is not going to hit. You do have extra attack, though.
Right. Okay, I'm just gonna try to attack it again then. That's a 16.
16 will hit.
Okay. And then I'm gonna burn another key point. It has to make a DC 14 intelligence saving throw.
All right. Let's see how it
takes
does.
From the attack. It takes 7 psychic.
Ooh, it's going to fail that save.
Fails. Okay, so now it takes extra psychic damage from with one roll on my martial arts die. Would that just be a D6?
It is your martial arts die plus your intelligence modifier, which is the same. If you click Mind Knife under your attacks, that's the damage. The 1d6 plus 3.
Okay, cool. All right, let me roll that again then. Bonus. So it's 7 and then 8 psychic damage, and it's also charmed by me. It's incapacitated and has 0 movement speed while under this effect.
Nice.
I think also, let me look at what level different abilities come on. Oh no, it's Psy Crystal. Okay. Yep. So it is incapacitated, which raises an interesting question about incapacitation and grappling.
It doesn't work. What? Maybe.
Incapacitated and has a speed of 0. Yeah.
Incapacitated.
Should be told. Yeah, 15 psychic. Ooh.
Cannot take action or reactions.
Oh, automatically ends if the grappler is incapacitated. All right, you are no longer grappled.
Cool. And then let me see how much range I ended up using. Because I did have 180 feet. It was about. Damn, I can't get down there. I reckon. Second, sorry. Bear with me.
You also probably want to have gone around the burning cloud there.
Oh, true. The burning cloud. Oh, is on these guys, right? Okay, so
Yeah,
I'd go
and
here.
you can write. Yep,
Wait,
there you go.
Wait, burning cloud?
Yeah.
Oh, it should still be.
The fiery guy there spit out a cloud of smoke and ashes that covered that group.
Is that incendiary cloud, the spell?
No, that's just that's a homebrew ability from his monk tradition.
Yeah, because that was extremely scary.
All right. So it was still 130 feet. So in this case, I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 20. I'm gonna spend. I have 30 feet going up to this, so I'm just gonna spend the rest of the 30 feet climbing up this hill.
All right, and I'll give you an elevation marker.
And that'll end my turn.
That hill is where we're trying to go, right?
Yes, but remember, you're trying to get your whole team up there.
Right.
All right. That brings us back to the top of the order. Now that you all have seen some of the fun surprises. And it is the Fire Monk's turn. He is going to try and go across the pillar. But he is not going to leave it to fate. When he jumps, there is a little burst of fire off of his feet. And he is able to make it across. And he is going to wait over by Odoth. You all tentatively said you wouldn't hurt each other, but he is not going to risk it by running out ahead of you. All right, Seven Thundercloud, you are up with your giant piggy friend.
Yeah, I I
Quite
looked down the
what?
barrel at this thing and I'm like, yeah, even I'm not that stupid. So I'll use another key point to continue stepping of the wind, and I'm gonna try to jump from where I'm standing to get across this chasm. Do I need to make an athletics check?
Just for fun. We won't have you fall in the ravine, but this will tell us how well you handle it.
15.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Now, and assuming I'm just gonna. All right. So, oops. Sorry, wrong button. So, just with step of the wind, that can take me all the way up here. And I'm gonna get to this platform right there. Oh wait, I missed you. How do you get to like make a new arrow?
Right click.
Right click. Oh, well, okay. I'm just gonna wing it. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna say that was about 75 feet right there. I can move another. That's about 85. Do I need to make the climb action?
Yes, so you'll be climbing at that point.
Okay. So athletics again.
Now you're Tabaxi, you can just climb.
Okay. Okay, well, yeah, I barely climb up there. So, yeah. So let's say 5, 10. Okay, so I'm up there.
All right.
I think that's my turn.
So 2 folks have made it up top. You can see this platform is just covered in all manner of riches. Mostly gold, but you see some unusual like boxes. Give me an Arcana check or Nature check.
Ooh. 0 or 0? An 11.
With an 11, this is sort of common sense of this world. There are all sorts of useful, powerful things that have to be specially contained. This looks like those sorts of boxes. So it could be like rare ingredients. It could be like the core of a powerful monster. It could be some kind of special medicine. It could be any of those things.
Can I open one of them?
When you go to reach for it, there is an intangibility to it. It's not quite an illusion, but you get the impression that it is being sort of held in place until this round is over. You do see, though, with 2 of you up getting close, one of those lights on one of the corners of it has lit up, and another one is getting brighter as Isaac climbs.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah.
So one group all dead. This other group is going to finish making their way across.
Just seeing the knife.
So they have seen. Oh, let me think. What have they got going for them? Actually, they also have jump. They are going to check distance. They are going to get up to... They're just going to move down to here for now. But you can see them sort of gathering energy for something. The the serpent is incapacitated until the... Is it the end of its turn or the end of Isaac's turn? I wrote it. You'd think I would know. Until the,
Isaac will know.
until the beginning of Isaac's turn. So it's got nothing yet. The other group of monks is going to start making their way across. They continue. 2 leaps. Next one.
So they are definitely like better monks.
Yeah, there you can see that there is a quality here. Now, it is interesting to note. You would guess when it comes to level, if you were to have to quantify this, there's definitely a range. You saw like full-blown masters outside who are clearly not in here with you. You also saw some like apprentices, like the lowest level, and they're also not in here. This seems to be sort of plus minus 2 or 3 levels of where you're at.
Oh, nifty.
So yeah, these guys are approximately your peers. The guys who are flying are a little bit above that, and a lot of the people who died in the ravine are lower than that.
I would have known. Yeet!
So the masters, they're like level 20?
Yeah, the masters are like 15 to 20, and they're doing their own thing in an entirely different area.
I can imagine like an epic fight.
Oh yeah, it's very Dragon Ball Z over there. Like everybody's flying, they're making like 30 attacks around. Like
sometimes our ground is shaking.
Yeah, you see like the edges of this space. It's like a dimensional bubble, and sometimes something hits it from the outside, and it like wavers for a second. All right, it is the Thunderboar's turn.
Groink, motherfucker.
Let's see what it is gonna do. It's gonna hold its action. It seems to be pretty committed to the area that it's in, and it's not going to move until these other folks either come across the bridge or don't. So it is holding an action for something. That was the last of those monks. This burning aura is going to fade, and coughing and reeling, that group is going to make their way up here and start jumping across.
Oh my god, I'm going to kill everyone. I'm going to have to kill everyone again. Again!
With all those monsters there, I'm just saying, you know.
You know that's why I wear black robes, because blood doesn't stain black.
So I think all of you... Well, I'll make it work for this. Everybody make a nature check, and Isaac can make it with advantage.
Oh, sweet.
Just a 10.
That seems to be good. Yeah, 19.
That's a dirty 20.
Nice.
All right,
19.
I think this tracks. So you all are sort of observing the situation. Haru, you kind of held back and watched this all unfold. Isaac, you experienced this firsthand. And Odoth, you're a little bit out and kind of watching this happen. Maybe you already knew that this was the case. It seems like each creature is defending a certain area only. The dragon didn't move until they tried to fly. The boar didn't appear until someone tried to cross the bridge, and the serpent didn't appear until Isaac tried to jump over the water. The impression you have is that they seem to be assigned to certain areas, and that's why they're not just like relentlessly chasing everyone. Yet.
Nifty. I will not knife one of them.
Yeah, that would draw immediate and unwelcome attention. Odoth, you are up. Let me see if I can find you a jump icon so we don't forget it.
All right, so Odolph still has his 1 minute. Is he able to? Let me see. How do I do the arrows?
The tool
Right.
is the like measuring stick on the left side, the ruler, and then you right click to start another direction.
Can he?
Are you trying to summon a demon with a pentagon?
Can he make this jump here?
That's probably going to be too far. I'm
Okay.
not going to quite make you do Pythagorean theorem, but that is 40 feet up from where you're at, and it's 45 across and 40 up. So
Okay.
I say that. If you step of the wind, you can do it. Because with Step of the Wind, you'll have a 60-foot jump distance.
And that's just one
Each
key, right?
each foot you jump costs a foot of movement.
Yeah,
And that's just one key, right? One key point, right?
one key point. You'll have 60 feet of jump, and you'll have 90 feet of, or maybe more than 90 feet. I think 90 feet of movement.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
All right.
Boing. Insert Mayo jump sound.
Yeah, I need to subscribe. Someone I interact with a lot on Twitter makes really cool like soundboards for D&D, and he's actually making a monk soundboard for his June release.
Nice. A bunch of like punching and kicking sounds
Pretty
and
much.
like landings and yeah.
All right.
So how far would he be able to get? with
So
one
you could physically just clean jump all the way up to there.
Okay,
The
perfect.
rest of you watching this has a very like Michael Jordan slam dunk kind of vibe of like, there's no way that he could jump that far, and then he just makes it. And then, so that was 40 feet. You still have 50 feet of movement left.
All right.
So you could theoretically start another long jump in a different direction if you wanted to.
How far? So that's a bridge. That bridge, I guess, is gonna take me to the middle, and then I can jump across.
So it'll get you out to those pillars. It's still a 30-foot gap up to the top. Shoot, I did the math wrong because your vertical jump is not quite as far. You would not be able to jump from the end of the bridge up. You'd have to go across the pillars and make your way.
So I'll have to go this way. Is that correct?
The bridge is going to be. You're probably going to want to end up taking the bridge
Okay, so the bridge is fast.
from here to the top is still a 30-foot vertical.
Okay. Okay, let me. So I'll just do 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, I guess 50 over here.
All right. Man, I need to look into a 3D tabletop because this is actually fully rendered in 3D. but Roll20 doesn't have any kind of mechanism for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roll20 is like garbage sometimes.
Yeah, I've been using it since before there were other options.
Because it's free.
Yeah. All right. So Odoth is also getting very close. Lots of folks are dead.
Yeah.
The folks on the bridge are reconsidering their life decisions and are going to try and jump across. Going to make some acrobatics checks. First one's fine. Second one is not going to get the whole way. Third one is fine. Fourth one, also fine. So the other three make it across. Haru, it is your turn, and there are people on the pillars. Oh no.
I can just imagine jumping in the background, there's like that big red light.
There's a targeting reticle appearing on them.
Yeah, you just like look behind your shoulder and you see that guy standing there with his blades and just one red eye.
Yeah.
But I need to move. So I need to move because if I don't, we will lose.
Yep.
So I will dash. So that's 19. So let's see. Can I jump? Here.
You'll have to give me an acrobatics or athletics check as you go across.
I jump here and then here. Acrobatics?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Mm, 15.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Nice. Boop.
So your black robe's trailing. You just sort of take like a one long leap, hit the center pillar, and then press off with the other foot, and you're able to land in the center of those other four monks.
Howdy. Yeah, I can't like flurry of blow. I guess no, I can't.
Not if you. Did you use Step of the Wind?
No.
Now, these
No.
are the folks that you all tentatively agreed to. Oh, you also can't use it because you have to make an attack first.
Yeah, I have to make an attack first. I still have my bonus action. So yeah, I'm gonna zoom. So I'm gonna use a key point to dash.
All right.
So wait, I was around there. So that's 35 again. So there.
All
Eh,
right.
boop.
Y'all are getting
And-
close.
I will reluctantly draw back my blades.
You can definitely
But
see
I-
like a moment of panic from the guys. Like, are they going? Is he going to attack us? Like,
Like I definitely like keep an eye on them, like a fucking predator like look. I keep an eye, like, oh, you're next.
all right.
I guess Aru was like kind of a murderer, if you want, because sniping people like that, yeah, kinda. That's my turn.
All right. The group that got fire breathed are also going to start making their way across. These are the non-ridiculous jumps. I'm not going to walk them all across. So they make it, looking very nervously at the dragon that is now flying above them.
Oh wait,
Uh,
I think you skipped my turn.
No, I just haven't done yours yet. They're kind of going in
Oh,
like weird horde rules.
Oh, okay, got it.
Like zombies.
Yeah, they don't actually like get individual specific initiatives until they directly engage one of you all. The dragon is going to keep attacking the flyers.
Bonk.
Yeah, they're having a bad day. Oh, and it has 10 feet of reach. Doesn't even have to get that close. Jeez.
Oh, I think I know that creature. Oh, that's the pain of knowing the books.
Yeah.
Like, I know I could kill it, maybe. But no, I won't try. Like, it's useful. It's useful. The useful little dragon.
So one of them is smacked with the tail and goes flying out of the air and is not going to make it. Two of the others get hit and they are very hurt. And now it's Isaac's turn.
Cool. I'm gonna. I only have 45 speed. I guess I'm gonna take my action to dash just so I can get up this hill.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get up here. And can I use my bonus action to like inspect like what this is like? Do I see any like symbolism? I'm trying to get more like an idea of what's going on here.
Give me an Arcana or History check.
Okay, I'll go Arcana. So it's gonna pop up as 15, but I have a bonus plus 3 to that. The proficiency just isn't popping up for some reason, so it's 18.
No, it's already accounted for.
No. No, because it's a plus 3 with my intelligence, but I took it. I had a custom background with the proficiency as Arcana, but it's not added for some reason. Because it's not adding my proficiency bonus to it. It's only adding my intelligence modifier, but it should be adding my proficiency bonus as well.
That's weird. I do see that.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Huh. Strange. I've never run into that before. Yeah, so with an 18, so you do notice as you approach, another of the lights on this platform light up. And the color, it's sort of actually like a cold blue color. And it matches the one near 7. And 2 of the others remain unlit. So as you are sort of investigating, you see some of the same things that 7 Thundercloud noticed. Everything here is sort of spectral right now. It's almost like it is slightly phased out of existence. You see piles of gold and other sort of metallic wealth. You do notice the currency, you don't recognize any of it. The actual statue in the center is unsettling to look at.
What does it depict?
It
Like,
is
what's
some
the
kind
statue?
of skeletal figure, but there is an alien quality to it where you can't tell what this thing would look like if it wasn't skeletal. There is something unsettling about it. Again, it just can't quite be put into words, but it makes you uncomfortable, almost to the point of like being painful the closer that you inspect it.
Can I tell if touching this gold will like activate anything? Like if I try and take it?
You physically can't touch it. Like your hand just passes.
Oh. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, in that case, that's gonna end my turn.
All right. That brings us back to the other group of monks. The fiery one yells down to Haru and is like, "You're not going to attack me if I go past you, right?"
No.
Does he need to make an insight check?
I am absolutely truthful.
Okay. So he still has fire sort of dancing around his feet.
Is he like terrified?
Not. He's not necessarily terrified. He's more like, like legitimate concern. Like, do I need to be approaching this differently? So he just dashes across the two bridges and is going to arrive there. Seven Thundercloud, it is your turn.
Okay. I do have 50 feet of hemp rope in my bag. Is there something I could tie it to, like one of the pillars, like one of the glowing things?
Yeah, I think so. Give me
All right.
a sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand. Rolling good today. 21.
Yeah, you easily get it knotted on this end.
Yeah. So I'm standing over here. Yeah, I'm just like knotting it up, and then I'll just throw it down the cliffside here. So it'll go like, yeah. So maybe it actually should probably almost touch bottom, if not. But yeah, that way my guys that are running up the bridge here can have something to jump out and grab onto and make it easier for them to climb up.
Sounds good.
And I think that's my turn.
All right. Let's look at our other folks here. Who is still alive?
Not dead yet.
Let's see. What are they gonna do? Actually, they're gonna come down here and attack these guys. One of them's gonna make an unarmed strike. 13 and a 15. So neither of them hit, and when the first one swings, you see the tattoos on this fighter's body. They, I know this phrase doesn't make sense. They glow dark, like they radiate shadow, and this person just lets out an awful scream and runs the other direction.
Nifty.
All right. Going way down. In anticipation, the large serpentine creature, almost like it detects the movement of that rope sort of dangling down near the water, has sort of situated itself. You can't quite read its serpentine expression, but if you had to guess, it's excited.
Smart fish. Smart fish.
Yep.
Questions. The bridge here, is it like a rope bridge?
No, it's it's like a rope and plank bridge.
Yeah, but if someone were to cut the rope by pure, chance, would it like fall?
Parts of it would fall. It's not like dangling in space. This is the downside of the non-3-dimensional view. There are sort of rickety supports underneath.
Oh.
All right.
Well, I just need to bust the supports, I guess.
You see the monk that they attacked is going to counterattack and smashes one of these guys. He doesn't seem to be dead. He just falls down screaming. which, maybe is worse.
Maybe. Well, not as worse as getting impaled by glass.
I mean, you don't know what's happening in his head. It may be worse.
Maybe.
The other one, good thing for advantage. 5 damage, and it's going to. Yeah, this is brutal. The other person has this sort of swaying, sweeping motions, but the first one, is a kick that knocks their feet out from under them, and then just 2 chops, and this person is also knocked out, but in a much more physical manner than the other. Seeing that people are not going to try and come over the bridge, the Thunderboar is going to use Lightning Bolt.
Oh, fuck. He can cast spells.
Oops, I wish I could mark a bunch of people at once. This whole cluster is incapacitated.
Oh my god.
So this one is going to cross to this part of the bridge. The pillar jumpers are going to... Yeah, are going to keep making their way across. And the flyers are going to land. Which causes the dragon to sort of lose interest. And it is Haru's turn.
It's my turn. Can I see the flyers who went down?
Yes, that's going to be this group right here.
Which one is badly damaged?
Honestly, they're all pretty hurt. They took that acid breath attack, and then several of them got clawed. So they're all, we'll approximately say, 1 attack from dying.
Yeah, no concern for now. Well, zoop. So 35 dash. Actually, Joe just goes there.
All right. Yep, no problem.
And I will actually knife one of the flyers.
All right, go for it.
Not sharpshooter. I'm not a monster. I am no monster. $21.
Nice. That'll hit. So you see the front one,
Not
even
great.
from that amount, goes down. They're still covered in acid burns, and they just...
Nice!
And
Knife!
so you should have another attack.
Yes, I do. Knife! Does a 9 hit?
That is not going to hit. That is a nat 1 with your
Yeah.
+8 bonus. That one goes a little wide. I think partially because they're so injured, they're stumbling. And you're not anticipating it. And one of them sort of trips a little, and your blade just scratches the back of their neck. All right.
That is all I'm going to do.
All right. The group that is advancing along the ground, they are going to There's now like a press of people trying to run down this bridge. All right. The dragon doesn't have anything interesting going on. It's going to resituate itself over here and just keep an eye on things. I think it's all of the NPCs. Isaac, you're up.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Well, dang. So that the dragon's like getting in the way of the bridge.
No, it's just chilling on this other cliff here.
Okay. I suppose I don't really have anything to do. I'll just ready the dodge action in case anything flies at me or something.
All right.
Yeah, that's it.
So we're back to the top. The fire monk is going to run out onto the bridge behind Odoth and sees this serpent here and says, that's probably not going to let us past, is it?
Why do I feel an inevitable betrayal?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. So it's less about like you're going to be best friends forever, and it's more like you're going to get through this round and then see what happens. Because multiple teams are going to make it through this round. That might be different later on.
Unless we kill everyone.
All right. So he's going to start trying to get this basilisk out of the way. And not very well. That's a hit. And... Geez. Attacked 3 times, hit once. He is going to throw a bolt of fire from up on the bridge for 12 points of damage. So you can tell from the hits this thing has taken from Isaac and from this fire monk, it's not invincible. It definitely seems like this thing is a creature with some limitations. You might very well be able to incapacitate it or kill it to get it out of your way. 7 Thundercloud, you are up.
Okie dokie. So yeah, it looks like my friends are in trouble with that sea serpent there. So I am going to empower my Eldritch Claw tattoo. So now I can use my melee weapons as ranged weapons. So it looks like that being is now within range of a short sword attack. So I am going to do that. Yeah, that's well over 20 to hit.
Wait, which one are you trying to hit with your short sword?
The sea serpent.
It's like...
Okay.
How should we handle this?
It's 80. It's 80 feet below us, right?
Yeah,
it is?
I mean,
Oh.
it's a big creature, but you're also pretty high up. I will
got
say...
a 15-foot reach. Okay. I can change it to a ranged attack if that is better.
Oh, you're using your Eldritch Claw?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say with Eldritch Claw you can make it work. It's probably sort of rearing up out of the water.
Okay, because it is only a 15-foot reach, so is that still out of range?
I would say you can make it work because it's a huge creature. So
Okay.
categorically,
And a 26 is a hit.
yeah, 26 will hit.
Okay. All right, that's 9, and I do get a D6 bonus. I'll put that into roll 20. And there's another 6 right there, so that's 15 slashing.
All right. And what's your extra d6 on?
That I did that on roll 20. Yeah, I probably could have just done that somewhere and beyond, but yeah.
Oh, is that for?
That's for because I used because I have my
Oh, Eldritch
tattoo
Claw.
activated.
Okay, yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. All right. Yeah, that's gonna carve a chunk out of it. So that's one attack. You've got at least one more.
Uh, like outside of bonus action or what? No.
Well, you have extra attacks. So you should have 2 attacks.
Oh, okay. All right. Guess I'll take another swing at it then. 19 to hit.
19 will hit.
Okay. So that's 6, and this time I'll use Beyond, so I'll add a d6 roll. Okay, so that's 8 total slashing damage.
All right.
Or piercing, I guess, because it's a short sword, but yeah.
So this these glowing tattoos light up, and they would almost have been invisible because they basically like run under your fur along your like stripes.
Yeah, why do I have tattoos?
Well, they start to like blaze
Yeah.
through with color, and these
Yeah.
like spectral claws are tearing as you swing your weapon. Quite like giant cat claws. This thing is now actually bleeding pretty profusely. It's mixing with this sort of viscous liquid that drips off of it. It's looking pretty hurt. All right,
Nice.
who is still alive? Oh, I forgot. There was one person left on a pillar who didn't get lightning bolted. She's going to come across and run. All of her friends are dead. Yeah, there's a couple of groups that only have one survivor. We're just going to move them along. We're going to take some dash actions. All right. It is the basilisk's turn. It does not like being hurt. It can't reach you. Yeah, what's it going to do? It's going to make a tail attack against one of the bridge's support pillars. First one's a 1. It's going to try
Nasty.
again.
Nasty serpent.
Jeez,
Nasty.
it only got an 11. It is not doing well. Let's see. How is he going to handle this? Yeah, he's just also... There's a lot of disengage and dash happening. Folks are just trying to make it through.
So these guys are our quote-unquote allies?
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Allies of convenience. The boar is like, hey, look, there's still a person. And it's going to make a bite attack. Whoops. No, it's not. That's the serpent, not the boar. There we go. It's going to make a lightning tusks attack.
Choo choo.
Oh, yikes. This person is... If it hits with this second attack, this person is going to die. Yeah, they're dead. It just tramples them. And as it tramples, it's also like striking them with lightning. They're all moved. Next group's going to come down.
Should we kill the big beasts? Do we get rewards if we do?
I'll say this: you all would know this is just sort of common sense of this world. Creatures that get this big and this powerful often have like a crystalline energy source inside of them. It absorbs power and lets them sort of sustain this size and intensity. And they
Yes.
are pretty
So
valuable.
So shiny rock.
Yes. This guy saw that person die and is going to.
No, I want to kill everyone.
Let's see. Odoth, you're up.
All right. So before I go after this serpent thing, let me ask a question.
All right.
Can I wait? The ruler. Can I go here?
Yes.
Okay, and then from there, that's 15 feet.
Well, so it'd be 15 feet to get onto the surface, but then you're still have 30 feet to go up. But you do have that rope dangling there now.
Okay, so can I do this? Can I move? Hold on. Can I move here, right?
All right.
And then, so that creature doesn't try to eat me, can I misty step to the 15 feet here and then another 15 feet up and then climb the rest?
Okay, let's see. So you get to there. If you're gonna burn Misty Step, I would say that you can actually you just can run and jump off the end of the bridge, and then Misty Step midair to land on the platform.
Yes, I'm going to do that.
All right. So you all see this cosmic energy swirls around Odoth, and his steps.
Oh wait, before you do that, so to the guy that we teamed up with, because he said that that creature's not gonna let us by, right? Odoff's gonna be like, yeah, he's not gonna let us by, and then he's gonna run off and Misty Step.
So as you rub it in this guy's face, cosmic energy condenses in the air around you until there's swirling stars and constellations and nebulas sort of phantasmally floating around you, and you just leap. And in midair, you flicker and you're now up on the platform, and the third light comes on. All right. Excellent use of a turn. The boar has sort of cleared its space. It is too big to make it anywhere else, so it's just going to go back to its little world. The folks at the base of the bridge, let's see if they're going to be able to push through. Have them roll a collective athletics check. Some of them are able to push their way onto the bridge.
Well, hello.
Yep. All right. Next is Haru.
Looking at this situation, could I shove someone in the water?
Yep.
Shove this one in the water?
Yeah, I think so.
I will try that with my -1 to strength.
You do also have features on Elusive Archer, where you can, when you use Flurry of Blows, you can actually move up to 10 feet first. So you can use that like to give yourself some distance, and then if you just want to dagger everybody.
Ah. You know what? I'm going to do that. So, so first I knife twice, then Flurry of Blows, and I move.
So you can move 10 feet before you attack. That way you don't have disadvantage on your ranged attacks.
I do not have disadvantage anyway.
Oh, does sharpshooter? No, that's from
No.
long range.
That's because in your long range, I don't care. I have 600 foot. No, because of Elusive Archer. If a creature within 5 feet of you, blah blah blah, attempt to move away, you do not suffer disadvantage on the attack roll. Oh fuck, no. Oh crap.
Yeah,
Well,
sorry.
anyway,
That's on the opportunity attack.
well, I'm just going to move then. 5, 10.
All right.
I'm just going to step back, like one step back, and I'm going to pull off my knife and I'm going to look at him with a grin. And I'm going. How bad looking is he?
So
Is he like fresh?
yeah, this group it's probably weaker than you, but hasn't been hit yet.
Does he has any armor whatsoever?
No, these are mostly folks who are relying on sort of dexterity and sort of physical evasiveness.
Yeah, so basically monks too.
Yep.
I'm going to knife them anyway with sharpshooter.
All right. I like to think this looks like the evasive fire ability from Diablo 3, where the demon hunter just like backflips and then shoots in every direction.
So that's a
17
What?
will hit. Oh, nope.
17. Wait,
Nope, that's a 4.
that's a 4.
4 is not, nat 1 is not going to hit. That's your second nat 1 in a row. That is
Why?
brutal. So first one misses, but you got 3 more.
Indeed. Nice.
Uh,
12.
12 is not going to hit.
Okay. I'm going to burn a key point to add 2 to that.
All right, that will hit.
So fuck you. I can increase my things.
Jeez, yeah. You just are you aiming to kill or knock out this person?
Oh, I'm going to just shoot him in the heart.
All right. This person, they're wearing like sort of unusual. It's not like robes. It's almost looks more like sort of like a combination of like peasant beachwear. Sort of like rough brown material. And you don't get to see much more because you hit them and they're going to fall and they drop off into the water and they are dead. So you've
Nice.
got, 2 more? 1 more?
Yeah, I'm going to move 30 feet first,
All right.
like there. Can I see the bull?
The bull is... Wait, see the what?
Can I see like him?
Oh,
Could I knife him?
I don't think so because this is 80 feet tall. So
Yeah, but-
you're at an angle where you're not going to be able to see through it. Now, you do still have
Oh.
that serpent in your way that is probably going to be a problem when you try and get up top. So if you have 2 more attacks, that might be a good...
I will indeed knife the serpent.
All right.
How bad looking is he?
It's looking pretty hurt. It is visibly like bleeding in multiple places.
Don't care. Sharpshooter.
All right.
Uh, why do I have the bad one first?
Yep.
So, miss.
Got one more.
Okay.
I get Elijah Lee back.
There you go. That will hit.
Like, zoom, proof. Fuck! Zoom.
Jeez, 22. It is not quite dead, but you've basically got like a glass shard sticking in one of its eyes now. It is very, very hurt.
I still have 15 foot. Can I move through the space of the, like,
Yeah,
fire
he'll let you pass.
Okay. Thank you, mate. Up. Like, boom. Can I pass, please? That's my turn.
All right. The dragon's not doing anything. Everybody's kind of getting stuck on this bridge. It is Isaac's turn.
Okay. Guess I'm actually gonna do something. So I can see that the sea dragon is like visibly hurt, right?
Yes.
right.
You do have that strength of mind technique.
Oh yeah. Actually, yeah. That's a good idea. Okay, then yeah, I'll cast Mage Hand, and I'll spend a key point. Using Mage Hand, and I'll attack it.
All right.
Sorry, there are my key points. There they go.
Oh, you can punch with Mage Hand?
Yeah.
He has a razor mind technique that lets him basically like burst one of his mage hands to make an attack with it.
Well, that's with using Mage Hand, can I still use like my extra attacks?
I think as written, it blows your mage hand on like each attack is going to kill a mage hand. Yeah, once you make this attack, your mage hand ends.
Oh, shoot.
What else you got? You do still have darts if you just want to like. I know they're not as glamorous.
Well,
Well, mine are good. My darts are good.
if I try to jump on it, well, how much damage would I take? Like, because I know we're 80 feet up in the air, but it's out of the water, surely, so it's not like all the way.
And you have slow fall. The actual jumping is not going to be the issue. What happens to you once you are in physical contact with it is a different question, but that you're just going to have to find out by experimentation.
Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna. I really like.
You still have darts.
I know it's messed up, but yeah. Okay, I'll just use my. I'll just throw a dart at it.
All right.
I gotta go. There we go. Okay. Dart. Come on. High roll. Ah, it's terrible. It's not gonna hit 12. Assuming it doesn't hit.
12 is not going to hit.
Boing. I'll just right off.
All right. That's the end of the round. The fire monk is going to throw some more fire bolts and try and get this thing out of his way. First one hits. Second one hits. He's doing a lot better. Third one misses.
Oh, everyone is dead.
Many people.
There's so many people dead.
He manages to do enough. With each hand, he channels this big bolt of fire and like sweeps his hands together like he's throwing something, and these bolts of flame shoot out, and the creature is going to let out a horrible like.
Ah!
And it collapses dead.
Ah!
So then he
Well
will
done.
move to the end. Whoop. And he is going to go ahead and make the first.
Remember, I
jump
do have that
across.
rope hanging down there, so if he just wants to jump for it, but yeah.
You know what? He'll wait there because he's going to let Haru go first. 7
Yeah.
Thundercloud, you're up.
Okay. Doesn't look like we have any threats at the moment. That flying creature is not. Doesn't look like he's attempting to move toward us, does he?
No.
Or toward any of our
He only
allies?
seemed to react when people started flying.
Okay. I'm just gonna prepare an action and just get a dart ready in case I need to throw it at something.
All right. I think actually at this point we're just going to fast forward a little bit. There is still some tussling on the earlier bridges. The fire monk and his compatriots do manage to push folks back and start to make their way. Haru, you're easily able to run and grab the rope and pull yourself up, which lights the fourth light. And the four of you and all of the treasure on this platform just sort of like fade, and you find yourself sitting in a very nice sort of reception room. This looks like a nice house or like a nice room inside a small mansion or something. There are sort of luxurious chairs scattered around. There are tables with food and drinks. All of the wealth where it was sort of like spilled out and ridiculous looking before is now like neatly packed into like little trunks. And there is a small pillow sitting on one of the tables with 4 rings on it.
Oh,
Can I go up and investigate them?
Yeah. Give me an Arcana check.
I really wanted to kill the boar.
That's it's gonna be 15.
15. You already have a pretty good idea. This is still sort of in like the genre conventions of this world. These seem to be storage rings. Little extra dimensional spaces attached to these physical rings in front of you. On examination, there are 4 identical rings, and each one contains items that are already in your inventory, because I don't want to have to deal with them later. You find 3 small energy pills, which you can use to restore some ki in the middle of combat. You find a higher level energy pill, which restores more energy, or if you were to save it, would allow you to permanently increase your ki afterwards. You also find a number of potions in each bag. Or each ring.
And there's okay. Then yeah, I'll relay that information telepathically to each of them as I grab a ring.
And I'm going to grab a ring, I guess.
Go ahead and grab one, fellas.
I grab one.
I'll grab one as well.
All right. So in this little
suppose I'm playing
refreshment
along.
room,
Yeah.
you all can take a short rest, which will return all of your ki, and you can spend hit dice to heal or use healing potions. And we're going to take a real life break for just a minute. Everyone can run to the restroom, grab a drink, and we'll be right back with the next round.
Thank goodness.
How long we breaking for?
I am back.
Yeah, how's everybody's Saturday going?
Well, I'm doing well.
Where are you calling in from?
Who?
Just everybody.
I'm in France.
Right on. What time of day is it over there?
22:35.
Oh gosh.
Dang, it's
So-
late.
And
Yeah,
I
it's
love this one shot so far.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, it's kind of this first round was kind of Ninja Warrior esque, but also with monsters. So
Ninja Warrior of Death.
yeah.
Uh, am I the only one in the team who killed people?
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, that's why I wear black.
I mean, I did help kill a monster, but yeah, it's not the same.
Yeah.
I killed people. How much did I kill? So 1, 2, 3. I think I killed 3 people.
Yeah, nice.
And I really wanted to kill the monsters.
Like, well, hey, that's thinning. Our competition thinned out pretty good in this first round.
I really want to get a hold of one of those monster crystals and see what
Yeah,
they do.
well, I wanted the monster crystals.
That's what I was gonna do before we
Yeah.
fought the realm. We're just gonna mage hand and try and take it from the dragon's body.
Yeah, but I wanted to kill them because I like dish 20 damage per attack. So I was confident we could take them.
Yeah.
Oh, it feels so great, like to do 21 damage in a single attack. That feels great.
Yeah, I honestly love this subclass though. This subclass is sick. I like all the homebrew subclasses.
I really like my monk subclass, and I think it might like encourage me to play a monk later.
Yeah, I remember I wanted to play monk for like a while, but none of the subclasses really stuck out to me. But it was honestly between this one and the Iron Body one, because I like the idea of someone coming up and hitting you, and your body's just like no, fucking
No, please.
no, just no.
I interpreted that as the barbarian monk class. You know,
Yeah,
I almost thought of playing a Tortle Iron Body, but I'm like, no, I think that's counterproductive because the Tortle's natural armor alone, I think, is too much. So.
oh man, yeah, it would have been crazy.
Oh my
Like,
god,
Tortle-
the Zen Archer gets so crazy at later levels.
Yeah.
a total monk with high dexterity. It's crazy.
Oh yeah,
It's a +4. Like if you have a +4 to your dex and then a +4 just because you're a total. Oh wait, no, never mind. That's that's if you go into this shell. I messed up. But the natural armor and unarmored defense is crazy.
In the longer form campaign that I'm going to be running in this setting, one of my players is doing a Warforged Ironbound, and so they get that built-in AC bonus, and it's going to be ridiculous.
Zen Archer goes
Someone's gonna
very...
run at you, try and hit you, and then your body's just gonna say no, and you're gonna they're gonna get hurt just from hitting you.
Well, and at 11, they pick up this like AOE taunt ability, which actually draws.
Oh, like yeah,
it draws from the same imagery. Have you ever seen Kung Fu Hustle?
Oh no.
Oh man, if you like Kung Fu anything, any martial arts, like it's fantastic. There's a character who uses this it's Shaolin Golden Bell is what it's called. And yeah, it's a fantastic depiction of it.
All right. Is everybody back?
Yep, I'm back.
No, I'm ready to start when everybody else is.
All right.
I'm here.
I will clear our be right back message on the stream. I've learned not to fully change scene because I honestly just don't pay attention well enough. And if I do that, I'm liable to forget. So I had like half of a stream with the be right back message and like no map, no anything. And I was like, yeah, this isn't great. All right. So we're going to go into sort of fast forward a little bit here. So because this is one shot, we don't have all day to keep running rounds. But after you all recuperate, you have several more challenges that follow. There's a brief individual combat phase where each of you is pitted against a warrior from a different realm, ending with a group battle. Each of you faces more and more outlandish enemies. You, the players, would recognize, like, some of them seem to be from almost more like sci-fi worlds. Some of them have an eldritch horror, unnameable quality to them. And some of them are just goofy. Seven Thundercloud, you fight a Flumph martial artist. Flumps are like...
Can you spell that, please?
F-L-U-M-P-H. Flumph.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, Flumps.
Yeah, it's like a floating... like a gentle floating squid. But in this case, all of its tendrils lit up with multicolored energy, and it, like, spun through the air, flinging all of these attacks at you, but you managed to fight your way through. So there is an increasing weirdness. Like, the further you get in the rounds, the farther you're getting from, like, things that are familiar. You pass through additional rounds. One of them is fully just they drop you in a forest for a month. You don't know how much time is passing outside, but the four of you have to basically survive for a month in this dangerous sort of mountain wood. And there are creatures like the serpent and the dragon and the boar roaming through the woods. And not only do you all survive, but you actually accumulate some fairly substantial treasures. Both the rewards of previous rounds, and also Haru gets to fulfill his goal of gutting a thunder boar and comes out with a crackling crystal core about the size of your head. And it's like a glass sphere with a thundercloud inside. But occasionally the thundercloud takes the vague shape of a boar and smashes against the confines of the glass. You know that after this, you'll either be able to sell this for a tidy sum, or it can be turned into powerful medicines that could permanently increase some of your abilities, or even turn it into a weapon.
Nice.
Most powerful weapons have cores like these that give it abilities from the creatures that they came from. In the process, you all also have to fight off other fighters from different places who try to ambush you. After a month, you're the last people left in that set. And finally, after all of these rounds, you all make it to what you are informed is the final round.
Oof.
So
And
you,
after, yeah,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, so far we've done Ninja Warrior, Mortal Kombat, and Hunger Games. So yeah.
I'll say, and believe it or not, if you haven't read many like cultivation comics, these are all like very common tropes.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll just be like, and then they were trapped in another dimension for 10 years. And then they just go on with the story like that's not a huge deal. So, finally, you all arrive at what appears to be the final map, the final round. You pass out of a massive stone archway. You're on a little sliver of land connected by a long, narrow bridge. And on the other side, there's a tiered hill with a large gate on at the top of it. Just behind you, pass the same four fighters that you allied with in the first round. You all have bumped into them more than once along the way. And just to avoid awkward introductions, you have learned that they are Kai of the Raging Fire Sect, Morfrid of the Dark Moon Brotherhood, Balin of the Tranquil Forest Monastery, and Ira of the Great Typhoon Order. You all have kind of kept your policy of non-aggression in all the previous rounds, and now you find yourselves here. As you pass out into this space, by now you've just gotten used to this uncomfortable momentary push where you just suddenly know the rules for this round. The team that gets all four members through the gate wins. Their world is safe. They leave with treasures and power. And the other team does not. Their world falls, and they fall with it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, no ethical conundrums whatsoever.
They're looking at you simultaneously, like you catch glimpses of awkwardness, of wariness, the same, almost a mirror of what you all are processing. And they're sort of starting to spread themselves out a little bit.
Um, can I cast something?
Oh my god, knowing my movement speed, I could just get there.
Can I cast something before we start to gut each other?
I think as soon as somebody does something, that's gonna trigger initiative. You
Well-
are in kind of the standoff moment.
I will cast Bless.
Wait! I want to move!
I will cast Bless.
Everyone
I
needs
will
to
cast
roll for
Bless.
initiative.
I cast Bless on everyone on our group.
You cast Bless? Okay, cool.
Yes, I cast Bless.
What's that? What's that? Plus what to our
Plus
1d4.
1d4.
Attack rolls and
1d4.
saving throws.
Does that include our initiative? Can we?
I don't
Maybe.
think
Is our
so.
initiative blessed?
Let me look.
Attack rolls and saving throws, no.
Oh, okay.
I got a 5 on initiative. I'm so upset.
Yep, I got a 9.
Would you let me add my no.
17.
All right.
19.
I got a
Nice.
22.
By the way, did we had like the time to take a long rest in between the matches, or it was only short rests?
Mechanically,
yeah,
you're
true.
you're still in short rest territory.
Yeah.
Mostly that's just because it's a one shot, and taking long rests destroys one shots. So you
would
all have
know.
just been appearing in one sort of waiting room after the other, and then into another round.
Yeah.
Odoth, you are first.
So everyone is blessed.
So that's like for attack roll, saving throws.
Yes, and you know what I'm going to do.
I know what I'm gonna.
So do I have to wait until his turn for the bless, or do I have it?
No, it works.
No, you're
Well, bless is going to go off on your turn, because as soon as you start doing something, that's what sets this off. So, because it's not like they weren't watching you all. Like,
Huh. So I will have to wait.
Yeah. Wait till your turn to get blessed.
And where we going to that place there?
yep.
Okay.
To be honest, we could just run. I can get there in one turn. I do that much.
And that's why you should be doing other things.
Yeah, I know. Wait feel. Well, to be honest, we both could.
Us Tabaxi should be at the back of this party.
Yeah, like just sort of. If you have range, use range.
All right, so I'm gonna run. Let me see how far I can get. So I can basically get there without using any key, right?
Yes, that'd be a dash action.
All right, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use my dash action because I don't want to go too far in case my teammates get held up. But at least I can get a head start. So I'm gonna go there.
Hanging it for you.
So everybody make a perception check, and Odoth, you get to make it with advantage.
All right.
Okay.
Perception.
That's a 10.
Big dragon. I get a bet.
17.
21.
22.
Nice.
I'm screenshotting this so I can send it to you all.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So with these rolls, let me look, all of them. Isaac, you missed this entirely. 7, you just kind of catch it out of the corner of your eye. Haru, with your sort of acute sharpshooter's perspective, you see a blur of something massive. And Odoth, you see it up close. I'm going to throw this in the chat so y'all know I'm...
Oh my god.
You all see
Whoa. What?
a shark the size of a large building flashes
Oh.
out of the water,
Oh no, not this shark. Not this shark.
and it
Wait, which tab
flies.
did you put it in?
I put it in the Discord chat.
Oh no, not this shark.
We're gonna need a bigger bridge.
It literally flies through
Wait, I
the
don't see it.
air.
Oh, one shot. No, wait. No. I'm
This
sorry.
is-
what's the Discord
This is
chat?
very bad. This is very, very bad.
It flashes from one side to the other, and disappears under the water. And almost as soon as you recognize what has hit you, oh my gosh,
Oh.
that's so many dice. So
This-
many
this
dice.
This is extremely bad. I know this creature.
Okay.
I
We
can't
have one
see it.
cleric in this party.
What are we fighting?
It rolled pretty low. You take 25 points of psychic damage.
I'm dead.
Really?
No.
No, not actually
Oh, I was
dead.
gonna say.
That's why I was like,
Down.
Yeah, that was actually a very low roll for what that could have been. And you'd give me a charisma saving throw.
And I'm not charismatic at all.
Wait there.
Whenever you're blessed.
No, you're not.
He's not.
Oh yeah, it's true. No.
It's not.
I'm not blessed, remember?
Yeah, because he moved.
It activates on his turn.
But anyway,
Oh.
even with 1d4, you're basically screwed.
As it blasts past you, you feel these. It's almost not even physical. It's like the thing just passes through you like a cloud and rips away something vital. And you now have 1 level of exhaustion.
Oh shit.
And how much damage I took?
Oh, you're resistant to psychic. So actually,
Oh,
you're the
yeah,
perfect
I'm
person to
resistant to
get hit with
psychic.
that. So you're going to take 12 points of psychic damage.
I'll take it.
I'm all
Something
Like-
about you, your sort of psionic heritage, you are better equipped to sort of pull some of yourself back from this creature just in time. The other 4 are sort of staring at this in horror, and they look at it and they look at you all, and it's like, are we gonna fight the shark first?
Let's fight the shark first.
I can't see the shark though. I want to see the shark.
I'll throw the picture in chat.
Okay.
Let's see, where did I put it?
It's
honestly, I feel like
it's a
honestly
monster
feel
of
really
Call
good.
of the Netherdeep. I know
Really
this
need to-
one.
Oh god.
Oh,
that thing looks crazy.
yeah, that's not good.
It's
is
not. It's
definitely-
not good at all.
Definitely not of this world.
All right. So since you all are going to presumably, do they need to make insight checks? Is anyone lying about killing the shark first?
No, I'm not.
You could tell Isaac is kind of on the fence about it, considering we could just bolt over the bridge, presumably without getting hit. He's kind of iffy about about these people too. Can I roll insight on these guys?
Yeah.
Like counter insight.
Oh, can I too?
Sure.
17. Can I tell if any of their members are on the fence about this idea as well?
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Question. I still take an exhaustion though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, great. 12.
Isn't the first level exhaustion just like disadvantage on everything?
No.
No,
First level is
just on
ability
skills.
checks.
Oh, okay.
Or is it just-
Skills,
Skills.
Yeah.
skills, and straight checks. Second is bad.
They seem on the up and up. I mean, it seems to be a giant psychic shark. They are, and when I say giant, I truly mean like this is a shark the size of a fairly nice house in this setting, like a fairly large house. They are much more concerned about it than you all, honestly. So that one moved. It's gonna ready. It's gonna ready an action to try and shoot this thing the next time it pops up. As a legendary action at the end of that one's turn, Odoth is going to get his wish and gets to see it nice and up close as some kind of unseen force rips him off the bridge and pulls him into the water.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Haru, you're up.
Do I see the shark?
The shark is submerged. Give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Oh, that's not going to be great. Perception. Advantage. Roll. Nope. That's a 1. Oh no, that's 11.
You see some like movement in the water, but it's hard to tell exactly what is the shark and what is Odoth just kind of like flailing in the water.
Okay. I will make a wild guess. I'm going to throw a blade here.
All right. So I believe that is an attack roll with disadvantage against an unseen target.
Yes, and I will not use sharpshooter. Because it's not worth it.
I would hope not. Not with disadvantage.
I don't even know if it's there. Nope, it's a 2. No, wait, no, 12, 9.
Oh yeah. That. Let me double check myself. Yeah, that hits. Especially with your bless.
I didn't bless.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, 11 points of damage.
So it's here. I know it's here. Okay.
You see a vaporous purple mist rise up out of the water as your glass shard hits something below the surface.
Well, it's there, and I'm going to point out. I should shot here, I think. And I'm going to use my throwing glove
Right.
to make a range attack at advantage, which will cancel disadvantage.
So give me that sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand. It's a dumb chunk. I don't expect him to be like great.
Well, it is a spiritual shark. Either
You
way.
pull it off. It is not quite anticipating it.
And I hope it's going to hit. I really hope it's going to hit. It will. No? Maybe. Yes.
All right, yeah, 19 will hit. So you're gonna get that bonus damage.
Yep, it's 2d6. So 2d6.
Jeez.
Oh! Oh!
That is still
Oh.
a real nice hit.
It's the worst I've ever seen. I'm going to shoot again. Now that I know that it's here, do I still have disadvantage to hit him?
Yes, because when you're targeting an unseen creature, if you can identify the correct square, that lets you attack with disadvantage. Otherwise, you're just flinging your shot off at nothing.
I will Fury of Blow.
All right.
And I will Sharpshooter again. Oh fuck, I have biscuits in my throat. Ah. Um. Let's see. So that's an 8 to hit. Let me check something. So, stunning strike. No, I cannot stun him at range, I guess. Here's Archer. Focused aimed. That's 4, that's 12. I'm going to spend key points to hit. If I spend 3 key points, so that's plus 6.
All right. Are you going to spend 3?
You know what? I'm going to try.
All right. Yeah, 3 gets it up enough to hit.
My god, that was so much. And I'm going
sorry.
to.
Does that add just? Oh yeah, by 2 for each, so plus 6. Yeah.
Yep.
Don't forget about your energy pills either.
My what?
The energy pills.
Yes, I know. That's why I can throw my key points to the window. Why doesn't the thingy appear? Well, that's not. So roll 1d8 plus 15. If that's correct. Yes, it is. Boom. 17. Eat shit.
Holy crap!
And I will attack again. Because Flurry of Blows. Damn it, I don't have lucky.
Yeah, 18 will hit.
Bonk.
Oh, yeah. Jeez.
So that's just 23.
This is reinforcing. My playtesters and I had a huge debate on whether Sharpshooter should be allowed with Zen Archer, and this is a good argument for why it really shouldn't be.
It should be. I love this. I love this. I love this so much. It's so fun.
I really think it's just that
God, imagine it.
Sharpshooter's just a super broken feat in general.
I have to take a -5.
The only thing that makes ranged characters viable, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I can't even use crossbow expert with it.
But being able to flurry of blows ranged attacks, that's kind of broken in my opinion.
Yeah, but that's so fun.
I mean, how many daggers
master,
do
you're
you
still
even
making
have?
3.
Yeah, but that's so
how
fun.
many daggers do you even have though? Like that's the thing.
Well,
you're
that's
not
actually
throwing daggers, you're just creating glass shards. That's right.
yeah. He's actually just like making them out of the air as he throws them.
I mean, this is a very fun subclass with Sharpshooter. I'm having a lot of fun with it.
All right. Well, it is.
And I'm going to step down. And let's see. Draw shape. Hopla. Okay, that's my turn. Like, it's here. Zoom, 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 zoom.
Let's see then. At the end of your turn,
how much damage did I did?
A lot.
Is there like a lot of blood in the water?
It's not as much blood. There's like a purple mist rising into the air.
Oh,
Man, yeah, it's going to use
Right.
2 legendary actions, and it is going to bite Odoth again. Oh, with a nat 1 though.
thankfully.
Garbage fire. But that was its legendary action. So it's going to use its regular action. Oh, 16.
That's gonna be a hit.
All right.
Actually, yeah, just enough to hit.
That is 26 more psychic damage, which is only 13 against you. But you need to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh God. Oh, 16.
All right, you made it. And you're vaguely aware of something moving through the water. All right. It is the Typhoon Monk's turn, and all he has are darts. So he is also going to step up to the edge here.
I'm pointing to him the area.
He's going to throw them out there, but well, let's see how he does. These will be at disadvantage.
It's around there, I believe. The shark must be like there.
His darts just sort of fly off, and you don't see any visible effect. Fire Dude will also advance up to here and is going to try the same thing.
Telling me a typhoon monk doesn't have anything to help with the fact that there's water everywhere.
He's not a very powerful Typhoon Monk yet.
Oh no.
So we basically carried him.
I mean, he's got a good team, and his abilities are useful, just not actually in the water like this.
I mean, if I kill everything on sight, it would make things easier for everyone, I think.
One of the Fire Monk's bolts hits the sort of area you had marked, and nothing seems to happen. Nothing seems to happen at first, and then after a moment, the Fire Monk is ripped into the water by an unseen force.
Oh, fuck.
7 Thundercloud, it is your turn.
All right. Let's see. Oops. Okay. So I am tempted to just bolt across this bridge and try to draw this thing out. Because theoretically I can make it across in one turn, but it's just a matter of how lucky I am or whether I can. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for it, and I will use. I'll use the dash action, and I'll use feline agility. I'm not gonna use any key points, and that's still gonna make 180 feet. So I'm having trouble measuring.
Did you say 180 feet?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. my base monk speed, is 45 feet.
Tabaxi monks are notoriously
fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you use the key point,
Yeah. So, yeah, but I'm not going to use a key point. I'm just trying to get across the bridge to see if I can trigger an attack from this thing. So, I'm just gonna go for it. So, 5, 10, 15, 25, 35, 45. Yeah. I'm just gonna. I'm having a hard time measuring. There's too much stuff in my way, so I'm just gonna see if I can make it there. I'll let the DM rule that.
Close enough.
Okay.
I didn't actually see where you started exactly, so
Oh, yeah. It was. Yeah. Let's see if I
yeah,
can
that's
measure that again.
fine.
Yeah.
It's only about 145, 150.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
all right. Another monk. These are not ranged monks.
Fools.
So he's going to come join the others up here. Isaac, it is your turn.
All right. Let me see. From there, how far is about 40 feet away from there? Okay, I'm just gonna use my movement. I'm gonna push past these guys and say, "Get out of my way!" And I'm gonna cast Mage Hand. I think it's about right here. I'm gonna cast Mage Hand and burn. Okay, well, actually, I have a question. With Strength of Mind, it says. Let me check it again. Spend 1 key point when you cast Mage Hand. It'll allow you to lift, carry, and drag as if it had the same carrying capacity as you. Does that mean that if I use the Mage Hand and burn the key point, I could pick crap, I forgot your name, sorry. I could pick him up out of the water?
Yes.
Sweet, I do that.
All right. Yeah, you're able to drag him up onto the shore.
And then I'll just use no. I'll just damn, what was that? Bonus action. Oh, I think that would be my bonus action in my action. So I'll have to end my turn here.
All right. Back to the top. Odoth, you have been dragged up on shore. You are very hurt, but you are alive. What would you like to do?
Oh yeah, shit. My bad. My turn. I'll say, get over the bridge. Go. Odoth.
Oh,
Sorry, I was hitting the wrong button. Yeah, I am going to run as fast as I possibly can to get over the bridge. So let me see.
You can get there.
Yeah, so I probably have to take a dash. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Actually, wait. Before I do that, I might want my action. Let me see something.
Scary shark.
So if so I could do Step of the Wind, and then that would give me a bonus action dash, right?
Right. So
Yes.
it'd be
So would that be enough to get across with my regular movement and that bonus action?
yeah,
Yeah.
because it'd be 90 feet. I'm planning. You want to take like an action, right?
Yeah, I
I'm
want to take
assuming-
it. Yeah, once I get across, I want to take an action.
Okay, so yeah, with the Step of the Wind, just burn the key point, and you can make it.
All right, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to burn a key point, and I am going to run across 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 45, 50, 55, 60. So I guess I'm what, here?
Yeah, or further if you want, but just up to that wall. Can't really go.
Well, yeah, I'm going to go as far as I can. And then with my action, I am going to drink my potion of greater healing.
All right.
Smart.
So that's one of them. So got to roll 44. All right, so that's 9 plus 4, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I heal 13.
All right.
And that is my turn.
I think it regenerates to air. Yes, I do have radiant damage. I do have radiant damage, thankfully. Oh my god.
All right. So that was Odoth. It is the Dark Moon Disciples' turn. He's going to trust that the fire guy is better equipped to get out of there, and is going to start making his way across. Thank you. Yeah, having to click out of the measure and then back and forth is a good way to lose
Yeah.
track of what you measured too.
Yep.
For sure. Especially with this many players, crazy.
It is Haru's turn. Oh, actually,
Huh.
that's not quite true yet.
Well,
Oh,
not the other two?
legendary action.
Oh.
This
In
thing
the
hasn't
water?
Yeah.
turned yet.
Isaac is going into the drink.
Oh,
Going for a drink?
splash. Oh, wait, I just thought of something. I hope it works. Oh, that'd be so great. That'd be so great.
All right. Yeah, now it's Haru's turn.
Okay. Do I break my promise to not stab someone?
It's
These
the final
two,
round, dude. All bets are off.
these two, how are they looking?
I mean, they're both at full health.
Yeah, but I mean armor and stuff.
They are definitely on like the upper end. I mean, they're at about the same sort of, maybe just slightly less powerful than you all in terms of like all the people that you fought.
Good. I will look at Mr. Handsome here, and I'm going to look at him going, I'm sorry, but it's my world or yours. Shink.
Oh no.
And I will yeet a dagger at him.
All right.
With sharpshooter. So, I'm sorry, man, but it's my world or yours, and I prefer my world. Not great. Not great. Just a 10. It's not going to hit, I believe.
That is not going to hit. And on that first one, he is going to use deflect missiles, and is going to reduce that by 11.
If it doesn't hit, he cannot deflect miss.
No, on the first one.
Yeah, it doesn't hit.
The 18?
No, it's just a 10.
I'm talking about the previous attack.
Oh, it did not attack previously.
Oh, that must have been from the last round.
It
Not a
was
lot
for
of
the
attacks
shark.
happening.
Wait.
Yeah, never mind. Then he does not deflect.
Maybe this one he will. I don't know. 9. Nope, he doesn't. Well, I'm going to obviously going to throw your blows. Yeet. Is it going to be better? 12.
Whew, that is not going to do it.
Fuck!
Your sudden betrayal is not yielding a lot of results for you.
God damn the heavens above.
Okay.
22! Finally!
22 will hit.
It's shit.
Someone has cursed your inevitable betrayal.
So that's the one that he is going to reduce damage on. So he's going to take. Did I say 10 or 11?
You said 11.
Okay, it takes 11 points of damage.
Or I thought you said it was reduced by 11.
Yeah, so you just take 11 damage.
Oh,
Let's see. So
I thought the
it
21
was-
was the hit.
Oh, yeah, so it was reduced by 12 then. All right. Now,
Just he has like the shard in his hand.
he doesn't manage to fully do that. It's more like he like turns somewhat, and it like scours across one of his arms, which is starting to bleed pretty strenuously.
Oh, also, I'm going to move 10 feet away.
All right.
Going away from the objective.
Oh, no, I still have my movement. So I can move 35 feet now. Boop, 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 boop.
Going.
I am the master of kiting.
All right. It is now the Guardian's turn.
Quick
yeah.
question:
Yeah.
If we don't get everybody across, and nobody gets everybody across, we all die. All our worlds die.
It's going to keep going until either
Actually-
the Guardian kills all of you, or one of you gets all of your surviving team members across.
Also, surviving team. Okay, gotcha.
Here's a much better question. What if like 3 of us get through the door, but then on the other team, all of them get through the door? What do we just get kicked out and we're stuck here, or
If all of them get through, it's going to be bad.
So you just kill everyone.
Just win, guys. How hard is that? Just win.
Just kill everyone.
Under the water, Isaac, you have a sudden impression of just a staggering amount of teeth.
I love freeway battles.
Oh. Gonna screenshot that again.
It's
God, are you kidding me?
I am not.
a,
Although
a crit again.
you're in luck at least. The 2 people it has crit on are both resistant to psychic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So glad I took a gift, Yankee.
yeah, that turned out very very good for you in a lot of ways. Whoa.
Like,
That is
give me the-
41 damage that you're going to cut in half.
So 20.
And you're going to need to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh jeez. Is it against being charmed or frightened?
It is not.
Oh. Okay. That's a 5.
As the teeth pass over you, you feel some of your vital energy ripped away, and you now have a level of exhaustion.
Oh shit. Okay.
Now it's the people who are getting shot at. Yeah. Bonus action dash.
Hello.
And we're going to have some unarmed strikes. First one misses. Second one's only a 15.
Miss.
Man, garbage rolls.
And he cannot feel your blows.
Well, they're an NPC, so they're set up differently. That was their multi attack.
Oh,
Yeah. The shark better attack us against us.
Let's see.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So he's going to disengage and get out of the water. And he's going to throw some firebolts.
Hooray!
16 to hit.
16 will hit.
That is 9 points of fire damage.
Can I deflect that?
Yes.
So do I have enough key left? Yes, I will reaction.
Yeah, so
Wait.
the actual deflect missiles doesn't take key. It only takes key if you try and throw it.
Oh, I will just deflect. So I need to roll 1d6. Let's see, deflect missile. 1d10 plus 8.
Nice. Was it?
I think I cannot throw back a fireball.
Wait, it was 1d10 plus 8 or 1d8 plus 10?
Mine is 1d10 plus 8.
Oh, you
Okay,
rolled it.
You rolled a d8. You mixed up the numbers.
Oh, but it's
It's
still
all right.
12.
It would have still knocked out almost all of it anyway.
Okay.
I guess I cannot throw back a firebolt.
Give me an Arcana check. Let's just see.
I will not, because I want to stab the one in front of me, so I will not.
All right. It's going to throw 2 more bolts. Second one hits. Uh, 6 points of fire damage.
Okay, 6.
And the third one hits. 12 more points of fire damage.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, he comes up out of the water reasonably pissed and starts throwing fire at you.
Huh. Understandable.
We have passed from the messing around phase to the finding out phase. All right.
And I'm just throwing 3 of them. Fuck. But, no matter.
The Guardian is going to... it's going to go ahead and use 2 more legendary actions. Yeah. And is going to make a bite. It had to come around eventually. It got a nat 1 on its bite attack against Isaac. So there is fairness in the universe somewhere. This other guy is going to advance. It's not
Can I
gonna
see
be-
the Guardian now? Or is it still unseen?
You can see it underwater. I don't know how to make it visible to just you.
You
Oh,
cannot.
I mean, that's fine.
What I'll
Just
say
go
is, when you're... I'll let you know, but you won't have disadvantage when you go to attack it, and you'll be able to find it if you want to.
Cool.
So the other guy is going to get about halfway across, and then he's going to throw some darts himself. His darts are not quite as good. They're actual darts. First one hits. Second one hits.
Oh, fuck.
Four points of damage and 6 points of damage. So 10 points of piercing total.
Fuck.
All right. Isaac, it is your turn.
I am dying.
It's almost like doing that was a bad idea. Okay.
I should have waited, but...
Should have gone across the bridge first. I'm just gonna try to Razor Mind attack it.
All right.
Razor Mind unarmed strike. Let's say 14 to hit.
14 will hit, but actually, before we get there, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
So
Is it against being charmed or frightened?
it is not.
Okay.
It is
Wisdom
against
saving
being
less?
shredded by a psychic maelstrom.
That's a 6.
So it's 14 points of psychic damage, but you're going to cut that in half.
Oh, thank God, because I only have 14 hit points. Oh, shit.
So
I hit it
that might
for-
inform how you spend the rest of your turn.
Yeah. So it has to make a DC 14 intelligence saving throw. And it also takes. Let me roll it. It takes 9 points of psychic damage.
Whew.
Or
You-
actually, I'm assuming it's resistant, so I'm just gonna do bludgeoning.
All
Unless
right.
it's I don't know if it's resistant or not. I'm just gonna do bludgeoning. I mean, I'm assuming it has psychic resistance.
All right, you're going to deal 9 points of damage. It got a 0 on its intelligence save.
Yeah.
So
So-
it is incapacitated.
It also takes 5 points. This one is psychic damage because I can't change it. It's extra psychic damage, so 5 points of psychic. Incapacitated, 0. Okay, and then I'm going to bonus action. Well, I have an extra attack, so I think I'll go ahead and just hit it. No, I won't.
Just come help me.
Well, with extra
I
attack,
won't.
you don't have any reason not to. Oh, but it'll
True,
break
but-
it. It'll break
I
it.
can
You're right.
use it on someone else. Yeah, I'm gonna bonus action, mage hand, burn a key point, and pick myself up out of the water. I'm gonna bring. I can do that, right?
Yeah, because you didn't use it to
Okay.
attack last time, so it's still active.
Oh, cool. So I just burn the. Wait, does that mean I didn't have to reburn the?
Yeah, you don't have to
key
spend
point?
another key point.
Sweet. Okay, so I just picked myself up here. That's 1, 2, 3. That's about 15 feet. So I have 30 feet left. I'm gonna. 30
Yeah,
feet left.
And you see me getting pelted. Like blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah.
So I get right up to him, and I'm gonna hit him with another razor mine unarmed. Oh, that's a 13. I'm assuming that doesn't hit.
You can increase your the number by burning
yeah.
key points.
Oh, how much do I get per key?
+2 per key point, up to 3 key points spent.
Okay. I'm gonna burn a key point to give myself +2. Does a 15 hit?
15 does not hit.
Okay, and I'm gonna burn another key point. Does a 17 hit?
Yes, the 17 hits. So roll your damage.
And that's 9 psychic. And I'm gonna burn yet another key point. DC 14 intelligence saving throw.
All right. He gets an 18.
Okay, so he passes. So no extra damage.
And now I have some bad news. You were better off not hitting him. As you hit him with a melee attack, you realize that his body is like superheated from the inside out. You're going to take 9 points of fire damage.
Oh no, I'm down.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I probably should have popped a potion instead of going to help you. Yeah, that knocks me down. And that's the end of my turn.
He did say, "Let that inform your action."
Yeah, true.
All right. So that happened.
In the
Odoth, it is your turn.
All right. So, I'm assuming the truce is over at this point, right?
Yeah, it seems
oh,
pretty clear.
Yeah.
The shark is incapacitated until the beginning of my turn. So it can't move, can't do anything.
All right, I'm gonna hit this guy right here as he's running across. You're gonna see Odorf pull his hand back in a cup, and then he's gonna say Hadouken, and you're gonna see. Actually, wait, I think I gotta move up though. Let me see.
Yeah, 30-foot range.
Yeah, I gotta move up. So Odolph is gonna move up. Let's see here.
Oh, I'm going to die.
Archer
Yeah,
needs
both.
food badly.
They're not close enough.
I should have bought a shield. If I could have used one. Could use one.
All right.
No, I
So
can't.
Odolph is gonna hit him with the Hadouken. For his first attack. Let's go. That is gonna crit.
Oh, jeez.
Yes. Finish him.
All right, so he's gonna. Did it add it added the thing automatically?
Looks like it did 12, which would make sense for a crit.
Okay, perfect. So, and it added the wisdom bonus too. Yeah, the +3. Oh wait, no, that's the. Yeah, so when I use the cosmic bolt, it's supposed to add my wisdom modifier to the damage rolls.
It looks like it
Is it-
is. Because on a crit,
it is?
yeah, it's dealing 2d6 plus 3. Because a crit only multiplies your dice.
Yeah, not the modifier.
Or you
Yeah.
get an extra dice, basically. So yeah, that is a crit.
Oh, but because the +3, got it.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So that's my first. And does that damage him?
It does.
Okay. All right. So so that's my first attack. And then my second attack, I'm going to hit him with the Hadouken again. That's a 22 hit.
22 hits.
All right. He's going to take another 5 force. And then I am going to I'm gonna bonus action, and since I can bonus action unarmed strike, I'm gonna turn that into another Hadouken.
Mm-hmm.
$23. That
Jeez.
should be
Yep, that'll do it. I feel like we're having like long runs of like really great rolls and then long runs of really terrible rolls.
All right, he's gonna take another 9.
All right.
Is he
do you
still
want
up?
Yes. Do you want to move him on any of these?
Water!
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but before I do that, how bad does he look?
He's actually in pretty good shape. He's one of the more powerful looking members of their team.
All right, so I'm moving him 5 feet into the water.
All right.
Shark bait.
He hits the water.
I think that's all I can do. Let me see.
But you have movement.
Help! I'm going to do something smart on my
Where are
turn.
you at?
I will do something smart and not something dumb like when I attacked.
Yeah, this situation has certainly evolved.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else because I may have movement, but I don't have a whole lot of movement.
I'll be helpful since it's a one shot.
I would suggest getting away from the water.
You do have your crush feature under Weight of the Heavens.
Oh, so I could crush that guy, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we want to do that.
So go ahead and spend another key point. And what's your key save DC?
My key save DC is 14.
And
Strength.
Strength. All right. He does succeed.
Okay.
I think that would have killed him if you had restrained him in the water between drowning and or shark.
Mostly shark.
Yeah, it's a race to see who goes first there.
Can I do this though? Hold on. Can I? I did the crush because it says crush is no action.
Do you
Can
want to do
I-
on each attack?
No, not each. Well, yeah, well, that's one thing. Can I do on each attack? That's my first question.
Yeah, you could just keep spending until you successfully. Well, you have 3 attempts basically, and you.
All right, so yeah, we're gonna spend another one.
So he's gonna make another strength save. That is an 18.
So he's gonna make that. I'm gonna spend another one.
He's only got a +1. The dice are really keeping him alive. That's a 13.
Another one.
So I think 13 fails, right?
Yes, 13 is a fail.
All right. He is restrained, and
Does he start drowning?
I think actually in 5th edition, drowning takes forever. It's like
well,
it's like minutes per Constitution modifier or something.
no, it's like holding your breath is minute per Constitution modifier. Drowning is you die after a number of turns equal to 1 plus your Constitution modifier.
Let's see. Target must make a strength saving throw at the beginning.
So if
So he won't take that damage till the start of his turn.
so basically if like the wind is not out of him and he start like to open his mouth, he's going to drown.
I think this
I
guy
gotta
is
roll the damage,
well trained
right?
enough that if he knows he's about to go into the water, he's gonna
Yeah.
go ahead and give me a roll for that crush damage though, because it's the top of his turn now.
All right, so he's gonna take 3.
All right, 3 additional damage. Yeah, his turn is very different if he is stuck in the water. He's going to use his action to try and repeat the saving throw.
Oh, just one other question.
Yeah.
So I also have stunning strike.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, that's a melee weapon attack. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
All right.
That's part of the trade-off on the ranged monks is like you have other
Yeah,
options, but not stunning.
If I could stun at range,
Yeah, ranged stun we decided was way too much.
that's a nice flying dragon you have here. Stun.
So let's see. So your key save, man, he got a 14, so he does not save. He is restrained.
Nice.
That was his action, so he's just stuck in the water. Haru, it is your turn.
I will key point dodge
All right.
and chug my potion.
All right. Actually, I'll let you flip those. I'll let you do the
Sorry,
potion.
I wanted to move back.
Okay. Do the potion as a bonus action. Action
Okay.
for potion's ridiculous. All right. So that's,
If I drink the potion as an action, do I get all of the healing?
no, it'd just be the same, but as a bonus action, you can get it done
Okay.
quicker.
Okay, so I will not key point dodge. I will action dodge. So it's 4d4
Yep, 4d4 plus 4.
plus 4. Oh, nice.
Wow.
So 18.
Awesome.
And I will dodge
All right.
because I am a smart boy. Well, not that smart, but smart anyway. And I will move. I will move behind the rock, and I will take that opportunity attack.
All right.
I am
So
dodging.
That is the
So I-
Typhoon Monk. They're
so
going
I
to
move
attack with
behind-
disadvantage.
I move behind the rock.
That's definitely not going to do it. That was a 3 and a 1. Whew.
Nope.
Let's see. And Isaac, you incapacitated the shark on your last turn, right?
Yep.
So it is not really beginning of your next turn. All right, so it is not back yet.
No.
So now the Typhoon Monk is going to follow you around the corner.
Well, hello again.
So still rolling disadvantage.
Yes,
So
indeed.
first one misses. Second one misses.
The power of dodge.
Third one is going to hit. That is a 20. You need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, what is he going to do? I don't know. $14? What? I have a 14 and a 4. What the fuck?
Yeah, so you are going to fail the saving throw. So you take 4 bludgeoning, and then you're going to take 4 cold damage, and you are knocked prone.
Oh, how rude of you.
Yeah, he comes around the corner and just starts making these big, like, wide, sweeping swings. And with each one, you start to see, like, water, almost like, not real water, but like someone painting very stylized water in the air. And by the third hit, he's trailing this huge, like, stylized wave that comes down and
He basically like double punch me.
yeah, the last one, big overhand and just bam. And you actually feel this like phantasmal wave hit you and knock you to the ground with freezing water.
Oh, that was very good.
The Fire Monk has.
I'm
taken
behind the
out-
rock.
He's going to go through the now empty archway.
Oh, it's an archway. I thought it was a... Oh, yes, it's an archway.
It's easier to see with the shadow.
Oh, yeah.
He. Oh, I know what he's going to do. Yeah.
Fireball.
Yeah, he takes a huge breath and breathes out a cone of smoke and fire. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
On me and his friend?
Nope, it's a 15-foot cone, so he
Fuck.
can catch just you there. Also,
19.
does prone impose disadvantage?
I think I'm going
If you're
to check.
attacking while prone, yeah.
I'm going to check.
Oh, it doesn't affect saves at all.
Oh, like for attacks, yeah.
So you're only going to take half, which is going to be 12 points of fire damage.
Ooh. Oh my god.
All right, 7 Thundercloud, you're up.
The shark is still incapacitated.
Yes, until the start of Isaac's turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that archer worth saving, or that downed, or our downed friend?
So, I'm a bit confused. Where do I make my character at?
We might have a time zone confusion. We're almost done.
Yeah, I'm CST, so I might have gotten a bit bungled about the time.
No worries. I'll be running more of these, and actually, I usually run them on that off that same sign up page. Um, you'll see some on the first and last Saturday of every month.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see the ping, to be honest.
Let's see. You might actually be able to hop into. Let me see what's still listed. Oh, whoops, nope. Roosevelt was running the later game, and he's in here. But there'll be more on the first and last Saturday of every month.
Yeah,
Okay.
they end up pulling the later game because we didn't get any signups.
How many of you guys have DMing experience besides Heiji?
I have some.
I do.
I'm trying to
I
plan
wanna-
the first session for my Sunday campaign, and kinda intimidating. Not gonna lie.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it can be a little bit, but
Well,
as long as you tell a good story and know the
Uh,
rules, people are gonna have fun with it.
Thanks. Well, everyone knows the ground rules. I have explained it. The problem is planning the actual quest the party's supposed to be doing.
Not to be intrusive, but can we continue?
yeah, I'll say
Yeah,
we'll
I was
wrap
gonna
this
say
up.
not to be rude.
If you
Oh,
if
sorry.
you have any,
I thought you were done. I misheard. Sorry.
no worries. If you have DMing questions, feel free to shoot me a message. I'll be glad to kind of help you walk through. We're about to see if Haru is going to get killed, so we should probably see
I
what's
might
happening.
just kill
And
myself.
if Isaac
I might
gets
just
saved,
kill myself. I might just kill myself.
oh my god.
All right, it is Seven Thundercloud's turn.
Yeah. Moral dilemma here. I am just gonna. Dang, man. Like I could try running across the bridge and helping out.
See,
Haru,
this is
but-
why I'm sorry to cut you off. This is why I wish we like played through that like the month shit because I feel like if we played more with each other, we'd be a little more inclined to help each other out.
Yeah, because you just run off.
I mean, that was the plan at first, but then you attacked them.
Yeah.
And then I was trying to save you.
Yeah, I was trying
Well,
to draw out the
let's,
shark, but yeah. Yeah.
But that's what I would do
Anyway.
in the campaign. But go ahead,
Yeah.
do what.
I'm just gonna I'm gonna keep my feet planted. I'm just gonna prepare an attack action just in case any hostiles try to get across the bridge.
All right. It is the Tranquil Forest Monk's turn. He's the one who hasn't made it over yet. Honestly, at this point, he's going to trust his friends to figure that out. He's going to not get too close to the water. And he's just going to move out to there. Isaac, it is your turn. We need a death saving throw.
Yay. That's a failure.
That is one fail. All right. Odoth, it is your turn.
Oh, and the shark's active again.
Yep. No longer incapacitated.
The chance is gone.
The shark can still take legendary action even if it's incapacitated.
Well, it is no longer
Where's
incapacitated.
Isaac at?
Yeah, but it can still take legendary action
I'm right
even
across
if it
from-
is.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm right across the bridge.
And that guy in the water, is he still alive?
Yes, he is restrained and being crushed, but is still alive.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit him with some more Hadoukens.
Push him away.
All right, first one.
Away I go.
I can't see what I wrote.
Let's see. First hit is first attack is a 9.
Okay, so that's gonna be a miss, right?
Yep.
All right. Second one. Oh my gosh, that's definitely gonna be a miss.
Actually, you're attacking with advantage. So
Oh, am I?
We'll call that one attack. So first one misses, but your next one's with advantage.
All right. Oh, that's right, because he's restrained.
Oh my god! I just realized something.
Was it
I'll bring it
15?
back.
15 will hit.
All right. All right, he's gonna take 7.
All right.
And then I'm gonna push him another 5 feet into the water.
All right.
All right. And then my bonus action, I'm gonna hit him with a Hadouken again. I keep forgetting it's advantage. So 17, let me roll one more. All right, so that's gonna be a 24.
That'll
So
hit.
that's gonna be. He's gonna take another 7, and I'll push him into the water some more. And he's still up.
He is. He is starting to look pretty bad, though.
All right, I'm gonna spin a key so I can
Furnish him.
Yeah, I'm gonna spin a key and use Fury of Blows to hit him with 2 more Hadoukens.
Also, I'm
Alright.
dumb and just realized I never gave you your technique and magic item earlier.
What?
Oh,
Something was glitchy and did not let me add them before we started, and then we were playing.
oh.
All right. So you're going to flurry.
Yep. 12, that's gonna be a miss, right?
12's going to miss.
All right, and he's get 1 more. Let's go. A crit.
Cool. Yeah, that'll do it.
All right, he's gotta take another 10, push him out some more.
All right.
And he's still up after all that?
He is. He's a sturdy boy.
All right, well, that's all I could do.
So go ahead and give me crush damage for next turn.
Okay,
He'll go ahead and roll his save.
where's my crush? Okay. All right, he's gonna take another 4.
So he finally makes the save. But he takes the damage. He is very, very hurt at this point, and is pretty far out in the water. Jeez, what is he even going to do? He's going to get out onto this little partially submerged chunk of rock here.
Awaiting his doom.
Yeah, he does not have good options.
He can feel the end approaching.
Either the shark or us. Neither is.
Yeah, the so you all see something horrifying. First, Seven Thundercloud, you feel this force rip you into the water.
Oh, gosh.
The next thing you all discover is that the shark can fly.
Oh my god.
It pushes itself up out of the water, thrashing through the air like it's the river. Oh, sorry, I'm ahead of myself. Spoilers. It's Haru's turn. I almost jumped you there. I wanted to get
Did
that
I just
legendary out.
get a premonition? Let's
Yeah.
just get a premonition.
You just saw
It
a
was like,
flicker of the future.
A premonition to
I'm like, oh, we are so fucked.
You're like, what if that shark can fly?
And I'm like, it could. It maybe could. And I'm just going to look at the white guy. How does it look? How does he look?
Let's see. The guys around you, they're both doing okay. They've hardly been hit.
Okay. I will stand up proudly. And I will absolutely attack and 3 of blows.
All right. Let's see. If you move to that corner, you'd be attacking, with no disadvantage.
Yes. So I'm going to stand in the corner in between the archway. I'm going to pull out 2 glass shards for each hand. My world or yours?
We should be hearing like stirring violin music playing. Everything's
Pretty
getting very
much.
slow and cinematic. There's smoke drifting through the air.
Flute in the distance.
Yeah.
3 of each of us could go. 2 of each of us could stay. But are we going to die here? Maybe. And I'm trying to go and pull. Winters leave its mark, clinging to the spider web. Let us speak once more, and I will hit some glass blade. Non-lethally. And I will absolutely go and sharpshooter.
All right.
So, Mr. Wizard, you first. Nope,
Whew, yep, miss on the first one.
that's bad. Oh, this one is good. This one is good. This one is good. This one is good.
That does
18.
hit. There's a weird delay in your rolls. I think because it's trying to like. Do you have the Beyond 20?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Whew.
18 in his face.
Yeah, that instantly hurts him quite a bit, and you got 2 more attacks.
Non-lethally again. Like I aim for the legs. 21.
21 will hit.
$18.
He is now looking fairly hurt.
Fuck. Roll again. Would you please die? I mean, go down. 14.
14 is going to miss.
And I believe I don't have any key point left. Wait, I think I have 1 left. I have 1 key point left. 16?
16 will hit.
Okay.
The dramatic music swells as the last dagger is thrown.
Just a 1.
He is
Does
still
he goes down?
he is still standing, but he is riddled with these giant glass shards.
And I'm going to stand there. And I'm going to look at both of them. You can still go. For, I don't know if you noticed, but if you kill me here, and if my friend over there kill me, my 2 companions up there, they will go through the portal. Your world will burn. And I'm just going to look at them with like that blazing look. If you kill me there, if my friend here falls too, and the other 2 go through, you will lose everything. Right now, I have nothing to lose.
They look
And
thoughtful.
I will just stand there.
They look thoughtful at this, but it is not their turn. So the shark now rips its way up out of the water, and you all see it begin to swim through the air, and it proceeds.
What the fuck?
It proceeds to bite into this monk here with a 27 to hit.
I'm like, what the fuck?
19 points of damage, which is a good chunk of his health. Oops, that's not how saving throws work. Charisma saving throw. He gets a 2. He takes level of exhaustion.
How is the shark looking?
It is hurt, but not like devastated.
Does the flesh is growing back?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I thought so.
The Typhoon Monk says, you know, you might be right, but we don't have to kill you to take you out of the fight. And is going to punch at you. That's an 18 to hit.
Hit.
And you're going to need to make a dexterity saving throw. Which might not matter. It's also going to deal 15 points of damage. So you are
I'm knocked out.
Unconscious. Non-lethally unconscious, though.
Oh, so I'm stable?
Yes.
I am
will
stable.
add the dying mark to distinguish because, the fire monk is going to go throw fire at the shark, knowing that they're probably going to die. To speed it up. $11 points and 8 points. So every time they blast the shark, this purple mist comes off of it, and it is looking pretty hurt. 7 Thundercloud, your turn.
Did I get pulled in or not?
Yes, you're in sort of the shallower end of the water.
Okay. Am I grappled or anything, or
No, it just pulls, and then you are free to move about the cabin.
Okay, I'm like, oh yeah, wet cat, do not like. Oh, I'm just gonna get out. So let's see here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 45. Yeah. I'm just like, no, do not like.
All right. Nothing else, I assume?
I don't think so.
All right. This poor guy's going to keep trying to fight a shark.
Wait,
In
do
the
you need to-
water.
or is it not my turn yet?
No,
Under
there's
the
one guy ahead of
sea.
you.
Under the sea. Well, it's more like above the sea right now.
I guess as written, there's no reason he can't knock it out of the air.
It can. It absolutely can, unless it's hovering.
Well,
If it's
he has the open palm knocked prone ability. Nope, but it's going to save. So he's going to make one more attack. So he's going to hit twice. 10 points and 5 points. The shark is looking pretty dang bad. The worst it's been so far. Isaac, it is your turn. Oh, I should have done this, though. He needs to make a saving throw because he's starting his turn within 15 feet.
Oh, natural 20. What is that?
Oh, yeah, you're back up with 1 hit point.
Holy shit, no way.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That is a really good time for that to happen.
and you see the big shark.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm going to advise running ASAP. Potions and running.
Yeah. Drinking a greater potion?
potion
Advantages
first
do
and run.
not take damage.
44 plus 4? Great. Okay. Oh my god.
That was clutch.
For real.
Yeah, that was huge.
44. Wow, that's so many
That might have
ones.
just saved the game right there.
6. Hold on. I'm gonna also drink a lesser potion of healing.
All right.
So that's 2d4 plus. That was such a terrible healing pot. Okay, look at that. Plus 2. Oh wait, 6 was plus 4, so 10. So I
So,
need
18, so that's not too bad.
yeah. Hold on, it would be 11 plus 6. Wait, how much? How much is it? How much is it? I had 1.
I think 18 total. Oh, 19 with your 1 from your nat 20.
Okay. So 12. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna holy shit, hold on. I'm gonna get hit though.
No, you're not in attack of opportunity range.
I'll say it. You have learned firsthand. It only has a 5-foot reach, apparently.
Okay. So I'm gonna go here. And I'm gonna use feline agility so I can move 90 feet.
All right.
I can go there. Which is basically like right.
You have key. Maybe you can move even further.
It's a bonus action step of the wind. I use my action and bonus action to drink potions.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Holy shit, that was so clutch.
Odoth, it is your turn.
All right. Yeah, not much I could do. Let me see.
I do believe it's time to make a break for it.
Here's my issue though, is even though Haru is down, he's not technically dead. So even if we went through the portal, if they went through the portal after us, they would still win.
Yeah.
Oh, the shark is probably going to eat me anyway.
Well, not
So
necessarily you're
we
down.
just
It
gotta-
would-
But
Try to
what
just gotta-
happened? What happened if we kill the shark? Does another one just pop?
We don't
We don't
know.
know.
I don't know.
We should probably just set up a defensive perimeter around the portal.
Yeah.
Then.
and get the
Yeah,
heck away from the water. Yeah. Dude, yeah.
And my only concern though is, I mean, I could go for the portal now, but if something else pops up by the portal, now we're double screwed. Because
Oh my God.
these monsters are all area based. It might make sense to just sit here until we get all across and just pick these guys off and
Well,
then
I
go.
will, I will remind you
together.
that it did get pulled into the water mysteriously earlier, so you might want to at least get away from the water. Or,
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, you're kind of away from it, but I mean, get further away if you can.
Okay.
Do not like wet cat.
All right.
All right. So I'm gonna So I'm gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. I'll move there. And then I guess take a dodge action.
All right. All right. At the end of your turn, the shark is going to use a legendary action. And yep, that is the end of the fire monk.
Nice.
Fire monk is no more.
Fire monk has been extinguished.
All
He
right.
swallowed him.
The guy on the bridge here.
Lord of Embers defeated. Like with a Dark Soul message.
He's going to come over and try and swing at Isaac because he doesn't really know what else to do.
Oh shit! Go for it.
22 to hit.
That definitely hits.
Oh no!
9 bludgeoning and 3 psychic reduced to 1.
Oh,
Second attack. Jeez. This is that swingy thing happening. 24 to hit.
Oh no.
no.
Oh, it's come back. It came back to bite
Ooh.
us in the back.
9 and then 3 reduced to 1.
I'm down.
And
Oh!
then he got a nat 1 for his last attack.
Oh my gosh.
Uh,
Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if there's. Hold on. Let me see if I have any
You
reactions.
deflect anything?
No. See, this is
That's
whenever
range
that.
attack.
This is whenever Iron Body, Way of Iron Body would be good. Like when you're getting attacked, but I don't think I have any reactions. When a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other no. Yeah, nope. There's nothing I can do. I'm down.
all right. And Haru is down.
And I don't make death saving throw because I'm stable.
Yes. The shark is going to bite at the monk next to him on his turn. It's also... whew. He is... Let's roll this attack. Jeez. He is also down because he started his turn in the Maelstrom aura and then got bit.
Yikes.
You see, they aren't just getting like shredded. They're like dispersed into this purple mist that hangs around this creature. The Typhoon Monk sees this happening. Yeah, he can get there in a straight line. Is going to try and attack the shark.
That thing probably has like 200 HP.
Miss. Jeez, miss. That's a 2 and then a 3. And then a 7. Oh, that feels cinematic in a bad way for him. All right, 7 Thundercloud. What you doing?
Let's see.
There is no way you can win.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use my action to climb the wall here. So 5, 10, 15. Then I'll go 5, 10, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30. Just set up a defensive perimeter at the portal.
All right. Isaac, death saving throw at the top of your turn.
Oh wait, you went down again.
Yeah.
Okay,
that
that's
other,
a
other monk came off the
Yeah.
thing and went after him. One success. Odoth, your turn.
All right. What do y'all think? Should I set up the defensive portal or try to take that other guy out and try to get Isaac?
Your
Okay.
call.
Let me see. Do I got enough space to get to this guy? Let me see here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45 will move me there. Wait, I lost it. 5, 10, 15, 20, 35, 40, 45 will move me there. And then he's still 65.
it's like 150 feet total.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough. All right, yeah.
Oh wait, I lied. 65 and 45. That's 110.
Yeah, still not going to be enough. Wait, 110.
Can you range attack him or no?
I only 30 feet.
Mm.
Well,
Yeah.
don't forget about your energy pills too. If you're running low on key points.
Yeah, I could do that, but then that's going to be an action.
I mean, unless he gets he almost can't die on the next turn unless this guy intentionally tries to kill him. So you might think of it in terms of 2 turns. What can you do?
But then the shark too. Is there anybody still by the shark?
There is
I
still
think-
one monk fighting the shark, and then Haru's unconscious body.
Yeah, so as soon as that shark is done with that other guy, he's coming for us.
No,
Well,
not necessarily.
I'm going to get Munch on.
All right, I'm gonna move forward. Hold on. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. I'm gonna move there. That's my movement. And then if I spend a key, that would be bonus action.
You can still save the monk in the water. Save him.
If I spend a key, that would be a bonus action, and then I can do 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Oh yeah, I can get him. All right, so I'm gonna spend a key. I think I got one more left. Yeah, so I'm gonna spend a key. That's gonna give me another 45 movement. And let's see here. I just want to get close enough to be within 30. So let me see.
Right here, the square right here. Be 45.
Hit that square again. All right. So that's there. So that's my bonus action, and then I'm gonna attack the I'm gonna Hadouken him.
Or you can save both. Can save both of them.
Huh?
You
We don't
could
need
save,
this other guy.
You could save both of them.
Save both of them. How?
No, because he's from a different world. If we bring him, it's not gonna matter.
Yeah. Yeah. Why would I want to save the Why would I want to save the monk? He's not gonna help us. We want to kill him, right? Because we have to get our people to the thing, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
if I die, it doesn't matter.
I mean,
No, not
meta.
you. I'm saying this monk. We have to kill him because if he survives, don't we lose?
I assume like with the other two dead, and then this Typhoon monk about to die. If he makes it
Yeah.
through, then that means technically his
Probably.
team wins.
Wait,
But
no,
since me,
that was a bad
Right.
idea.
Yeah. So if he makes it through before us, then he wins, and we lose.
That was a
Right?
bad idea. Kill him.
Yeah. So he gotta die. All right. So I'm gonna Hadouken him.
Oh, why do I have like bright ideas at sometimes and not bad ideas after one?
Does a
That's like
16 hit?
really bad.
16 will hit.
All right. Oh, 4.
4 damage. All right.
And then I'm gonna push him in.
Sploosh.
And then I don't got any more key. All right, so I'm gonna Hadouken him again. Yeah, 11 is not gonna hit.
11 is not going to hit.
All right, do you have any more movement?
All right, that ends. He is giving up on whatever. He's going to go try and punch the shark with his friends and die.
Okay.
He got super wide.
Yeah, he suddenly warped in space.
I mean, with that shark, probably.
So with 40 feet movement, he's still got some attacks. He manages to punch the shark. For all the good it does him, his friend is going to start his turn inside the aura. He's going to take some psychic damage because his save is no good. Whew.
Did we pick the worst ending happened, or like the bad ending?
I mean, I'll say this. For the folks who are going to make it out of this, the world doesn't end, and they're going to leave with a lot of fabulous prizes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tell him what he was won, Johnny.
That was almost 2 max damage rolls in a row. That monk is dead.
Yay!
7 Thundercloud.
Okay. Is our ally on the bridge, like, is he stabilized, or what is his condition?
He is making death saves, but Odoth is about 25 feet away.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna give him a potion.
Okay.
Get out of there.
Man. I feel like I've wasted a bunch of turns just but all right, I will maintain goalie status.
All right. Odoth, you're up.
All right. I am going to move 5, 10, 15, 20. And then I'm going to give my friend here, I'm going to take a standard potion of healing and put that in his mouth for my action.
Let's go.
And then I got to roll for that, right?
I mean, I rolled a beat.
That's all right. 7 health gets him back up on his feet.
All right. Cool. And then I'm going to dash out of here. So.
Can you grab him?
No, he's up. I gave him a potion.
I'm up.
Oh.
Let me remove my potion from my inventory. So that was a standard potion. So I have 2 of those left. And then I am going to dash 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. And then
When you only move 20 feet to me, right? So you still have 20 feet or 25 extra
Yeah.
if you have 45 speed.
yes, so I do another 25. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. All right. And I don't have any more key. But question, can I because I use the action to I don't have 2 actions, I just have extra attack, right? Or do I have 2 actions?
No, you just have extra attack.
Okay, got it. All right, so then I'm done then.
All right. So with Isaac successfully up, we're going to go into sort of a little bit of fast forward here. Isaac badly drags his sort of like bloodied furry form across the bridge. Odoth is able to sort of leap up and make his way up where Seven is already waiting at the top. The last monk of this other world is locked in combat with this shark, and the shark opens its mouth wide, and you see darkness wrapped around this monk, and he does this flying leap, and the shark just seems to swallow him whole. The shark continues over. Its massive form just knocks down the remains of the other arch, and you see it. You see Haru, and then you do not see Haru.
Oh no.
Could I add something?
Sure.
Do I still have that rock from the Thunderball?
Yes, I think we're on the same page.
I'm going, as a fleeting moment of consciousnness, I'm going to bring the rock and I'm going to shove it as he closes his mouth, just so that he breaks it.
So
Boom.
As the three of you are up, sort of just at the edge of this gate, you see the other monk vanish. You see Haru vanish, and the shark turns and begins to come back the other way.
Use all the dash ability.
It is flying through the air. It gets all the way
points
to about here, coming up this hill towards you. And then you see it stop. And then you see it begin to shake. And lightning begins to crackle all over its form. And then you see a pulse of shadow rippling through it. And then finally, at the very end, you see huge shards of glass bursting through at every side. And the shark dissipates entirely. And there is nothing left. As soon as that happens, the portal, and not only do you see the exit, but you realize the exit, it's back to your world. For the first time in months, you see that little city that's been built at the foothills of this rift. And as you pass through, there is it's lower and more resonant than like a bell. There's like a thrum, like a deep bass, like whoa, and it seems to shatter and run through the whole world. The rift vanishes behind you, and as you all step out, there are piles of treasure around you. Not just gold, you see rare components, you see spiritual medicines, you see scrolls and like beautifully illuminated scrolls and manuals that speak to their quality and rarity. You see incredible weapons from ages past. And you also see piled up very neatly the effects of Haru. His robe has been like perfectly folded, and his gloves are sitting sort of delicately on top, and his ring sitting on top of that.
I was
Oh,
hoping
no.
I was hoping Howard was going to step out the remains of the shark. That would have been awesome.
Yes,
I know,
it's a
right?
nice glass blade on top of it too.
Yeah, there's like one last blade. The gloves are like wrapped around it, like they're holding it. You all have saved the world, at least for now, and you have enough
But at
wealth.
what cost?
You have enough wealth to set yourselves up with an incredible fortune to bring glory and power to your sect. You see other rifts opening around you as other combatants return, equally sort of bedecked in treasures. And off far beyond what you can see, other worlds flicker and then fade.
Ooh.
They disappear like stars going out in a dark tapestry of night. And out there in the dark, something smiles.
Ooh.
And that is where we're going to end it.
Oh man.
Thank you all for joining me for Day of 10,000 Fists.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get a chance to do it again. Like I said, I run various one-shots, usually at least twice a month, once or twice. Lots of other folks also run them. If you go to that registration page, I'll also try to throw any that I run up on Twitter and in the one-shots channel for the server as well.
Cool.
That was amazing.
Yeah, that was great.
I feel light,
that was
y'all.
I was trying to
Yeah.
find a point at some point to like, what is this? Some sort of combat amongst mortals? Like, I couldn't. Yeah.
Also, did anyone catch why those four were on a team together?
It's your players or something like that.
Elementals.
Were they the classes we didn't pick?
Nope, they were the Raging Fire Sect, the Great Typhoon Order, the Tranquil Forest
Oh.
Monastery, and the Dark Moon
Okay, yeah,
Brotherhood.
Avatar. Yeah.
No, they're actually all the traits listed in the Be a Man song from Mulan.
Oh god.
Oh.
I didn't catch.
Oh my gosh.
Don't understand it.
And that tells
Yeah.
you more than you need to know about how I decide on like names and lore and things.
I do not understand. I'm sorry, but I don't understand.
I just I realized during the play where you got the four animals for the multi-style. Those are the four
Guardian
four
Beasts.
vectors. Yeah, or the four east, west, south, north gods. Yeah.
Here,
Yeah, the four beasts. Yeah.
I'll throw the video in the English version. This song is by Donny Osmond. In the Chinese version, it's by Jackie Chan, which is really cool.
Oh, that is cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's the joke in Rush Hour when they make fun of how his character can't sing. In China, Jackie Chan is like a platinum, like dozens of times over platinum selling
No
recording
way.
artist. Yeah, he's like an omni celebrity in China. It's wild. All right. As a parting gift, I think I've got everybody's email. I'm going to send you all a copy of the monk you played, so you can have the nice PDF with all the bonuses and features and stuff.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Appreciate that.
All right. Well, I'm actually going to go do some work because it's Saturday night and I've got stuff in the morning. So,
Yeah.
all right.
Good. Appreciate the
Thanks,
opportunity,
man.
man. Take
Yeah.
it easy.
Thanks
Yeah,
for
thank you. Thanks, guys.
thanks for playing with us, and y'all have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too.
Hey, bro.
Take care, everybody.
Peace.
Peace.